much, Pak Aulia. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like also to welcome you to our second day online short course today with topic pathways to publication, equipping scholars with essential writing and publishing skills. And I am so happy that today I'm serving you as a moderator. Yeah, I'm going to assist Dr. Ahmad Effendi, which is going to deliver the topic for the first topic of today, which is current trends in quantitative research and analysis. So I think this topic is very challenging because recently I know that there were like a debatable. Some scholars says that qualitative research quite difficult to gain for like international journal, while the quantitative one much easier. Let's say, because I'm from social science, you know, that this is like a common rumor between us that we need to have like a mixing method, so that combining between a qualitative and quantitative method in our research in order to impress, in order to make our article become simmering, become outstanding, so we can impress our viewer in the international journal. So let's see what will be Dr. Effendi Ahmad said about it. But before Dr. Ahmad Effendi deliver his material for today online short course, I would little bit telling you guys our best colleagues in quantitative scholars today, who is going to be the speaker. Mr. Ahmad Effendi, Dr. Ahmad Effendi, as a senior lecturer in University of Brawijaya, and he was taking his Bachelor of Science in Statistics in 10 November Institute of Technology or ITS Surabaya, Indonesia. And then he took his Master of Science in also Biostatistics in Zenstad University, Hazel, Belgium. And his PhD program was taken in iBiostat Catholic Universiteit Leuven, Belgium. So, and he was working in as a senior lecturer at the Department of Statistics, University of Brawijaya, Malang, and he was also responsibility for conducting teaching and learning process on statistics, and also training as a trainer for academician and also practitioner. Yeah, I think I would not read all or inform you all the publication that Dr. Effendi has. I just want to tell you that today, in this first seminar, it is going to be like a 45 minutes maximum for this first session, and it will be divided into two sections. The first section will be 30 minutes for presentation, and the rest one like a 15 minutes for question and answer. So if you want to grab your copy, or might be to make you feel comfy following this this first session, please go ahead. And I think I don't want to waste more time. I would like to give this forum to Dr. Ahmad Effendi. Dr. Ahmad Effendi, forum is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Yuyun. Thank you, Bu Yuyun. Can you hear me clearly? Correct. Thank you for the introductions to our audience.
Yeah, Pak Dr. Effendi, could you please raise your volume? Okay. Yes, might be it is going better. Yes. Is it possible to raise a little bit more?
Has been better now?
Better. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Yuyun. Thank you, Mrs. Yuyun, for introducing me. Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have roughly 45 minutes for these presentations. I will share our discussion topics today is about current trends in quantitative research and analysis. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, hopefully this has been clear for you all about this slide and our voice. The topic today is about current trends in quantitative research and analysis. And I should thank to the committee, Pak Didi, the Chief of International Office, Mas Aulia, Bu Yuyun, etc. For these activities. So I would like to give the outlines of these presentations. We will discuss about research trends. As you know, research trends, particularly in quantitative research, about data as well as descriptive analysis, methodology and analysis, samples, etc. Why we use data, descriptive analysis, and methodology and analysis is not because my background is statistics. Yes, because quantitative research requires the quality of data, the quality of analysis. Analysis can be divided into two, then descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. So I'm not expecting that we master all, but we should know about these two analysis, descriptive analysis as well as inferential analysis.
First, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, Dr. Ahmad Effendi. I have to tell you that our participant also complaining that would you please raise more your volume? Yeah, because they said that this is not audible. I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or maybe for the participants today, would you please raise your device's volume so we can have both good enough sound for this session. Okay.
Test. It has been clear at the moment.
Perfect.
Okay. I use external audio.
Okay.
Thank you, Bu Yuyun. As I mentioned before, that the outlines of this research, of this presentation is given in this 5 points. First, we will discuss about research trends, which is the topic of our presentation today, as well as the data, descriptive analysis, as well as inferential analysis, methodology and analysis, and examples. Why I discuss about these outlines, because the quality of quantitative research, I should mention research in general should be based on quality of data, which is very important, very imperative in this case, as well as the methodology, whether we will present about descriptive analysis or further we will discuss about inferential statistics. First, about research trends. Can be independent. Quantitative and qualitative can be independent research. Should be independent research. Someone who is dealing with quantitative research don't care about qualitative research. The last point, which is a combinations between the two, kan ya. And this has been a common case at the moment, kan ya. I will show you later. There are some journals dedicated to this combination between quantitative and qualitative research. First, even though I'm statisticians by professions, and in statistics, we don't really differentiate between qualitative and quantitative research. However, kan ya, we make some difference because we find differences between some subjects. Some experts they even give us details about the difference between the two. Kan ya? Fortunately, because I am statistician by professions, I can collaborate with some experts, some scientists with different backgrounds. I can collaborate with sociology, for instance. I give lecture also in Bu Yuyun, kind of in graduate program of sociology communication. I mean, and I can collaborate with Department of Economics, for instance, as well as I can collaborate and I give lecture as well as become examiners in Department of Medicine, veterinary, as well as pharmacy, kan ya. It's challenging, but it's very interesting to know some other backgrounds. Because according to them, statistics, well, indeed, statistics is used in several areas, kan ya. But I should be very careful to use statistics because of some different terminologies. There are different terminologies about research in, for instance, in economics as well as in medicine. Very different, kan ya. But as statisticians, I can deal with both of them. Alhamdulillah, kan ya. First, about qualitative research. Usually, even though it's not a must, kan ya, it has personalized observations. It needs subject elaborations. And the trends recently include audio, video, personalized experience, digital connections. Of course, this video personal experience cannot be analyzed using some software, for instance. For instance, it should be elaborated carefully by a scientist, and the data of these videos, of these audios cannot be big. For instance. There are several, only 2, 3, or some interviews, for instance, kan ya. Indeed, kan ya. What about quantitative research? This is based on measurements, kan ya. We do measurements in laboratory and we do measurements etc. In factories, for instance, kan ya. There is a need to involve a large number of observation as well. Even though it's not, I have reference here, kan ya. Even though it's not a must, kan ya. We have minimum number of observations to be able to be analyzed, kan ya. And the research can also handle few observations using some methodologies, kan ya. For instance, a Bayesian analysis method at the moment, not at the moment actually, since 1970s, it has been introduced by Thomas Bayes, and it can handle some few observations topic. Some general phenomena. I should mention that all informations can and cannot be translated to numbers. As statisticians, I usually previously I have in mind that all information can be translated to numbers. Indeed, not all informations can be translated to numbers. It can, but it can be translated to text. For instance, it's not numbers; it's image. For instance, several types of data we have in at the moment: image analysis, text mining, etc. So we should be very moderate in this case, not too strict to our subjects of interest. For instance, I'm a biologist. I should be doing research in dealing with some methodology in biology. No. We should be very open at the moment. There are several research needing a biology background. For instance, application of AI, artificial intelligence for counting ships. It's biology. It's biology. For counting how many fish in some lake, for instance. So I should go deep into our topics now. What are some of current trends and development in quantitative research that we do need to keep up with? First is big data analytics. Secondly, mixed method research. It's not a mixed model, but a mix between quantitative and qualitative research. Believe me, it's a trend now. Three, machine learning and artificial intelligence. Fourth, data visualization and storytelling. And 5, ethical and responsible research. I have it from LinkedIn website. First, second, and fourth, maybe these topics are very familiar with expert or people from computer science, but not all not all people are very I'm very confused about these topics. In biology, in medicine, there are several doctors in medicine, for instance, that have been very familiar with big data analytics. Really, because they use even software of bioconductors very well. Really, they do collaborations about big data analytics using DNA, mRNA analysis. Is big data, they collaborate. They collaborate with us statisticians. They collaborate with computer science scientists, etc. First, we go deep to the first topics: big data analytics. One of the most prominent trends in quantitative research is the use of big data and analytics to extract insight from large and complex datasets. Big data here refers to the volume, variety, velocity, and veracity of the data that is generated from various sources such as social media, sensors, transaction and economics, and weblogs. Or I don't mention here DNA, mRNA, sequence in medical sciences. I include here some link of the journal about big data as well as the research about big data. I should go to the web. Where is the web? Here. Here, Journal of Big Data. There are several you can access this later, kan ya, not now, kan ya. Revisiting potential value of vital sign of real-time predictions. Not all topics about computing, kan ya, computing, kan ya. Not all about computing. Even though indeed, kan, all topics here in these journals need computation, of course, kan ya. But I mean some areas like agriculture, agronomy, kan ya, economics, even administrations, public administrations, they use this big data analysis. We have some data from several departments in government, for instance, whether it is regional government or yeah, regional government, not central government. Yeah. In some departments, there are several data. Department of Administrations, Department of Finance, so the government needs to combine informations, how to combine information and how to analyze. Yeah, because information cannot be separately analyzed. If we analyze separately and we give the result to the audience, to public, I mean, can you? Then there are some distractions. There are some caveats, of course, can you? We need to give the whole informations. So why then regional government can do what regional government can do is combining this into a big data. It's interesting, can you? And then this one is also a big data analytic or in support of decision making process. There is also a journal. Oh, this one is for the second topics, can you, about the combination between qualitative and quantitative research, kan ya. In healthcare, ya, the use of big data analysis. So healthcare big data analytic, for instance, like this, can handle diagnostic, patient treatment, telemedicine, health population support, medical research, cost reduction, prevention. You can add about some other areas, for instance, within a hospital, there is parking slot, for instance. If you can add this to these systems, it's okay, kan ya. For instance, parking lots as well as the benefits and caveats of society interactions, for instance, kan ya. It's a big data, kan ya. So we should analyze not one by one. Because it integrates all informations using data capture, data preparation, data processing, until we have big data analytics using big data analytic algorithms, big data mining, machine learning, and we can interpret the result then. Secondly, the trend is about mixed method research. This is interesting because some of you might be from social background, for instance, like Bu Yuyun from FISIP, social faculty, social and political faculty. Mixed method research is a research design that combines quantitative and qualitative data collection, analysis in a single study or series of studies. It can help us address the limitation of using only one method, enhance the validity and reliability of our findings, as well as enrich the interpretation and explanation of our results. Here is it's not a difference. Some explanation about qualitative research and quantitative research includes numerical. Quantitative research includes numerical records of empirical data. It confirms or rejects subjective findings. It generalizes data from large sample populations. etc. Kan ya. Here is the more detailed comparisons about quantitative and qualitative research. In quantitative research, we have structure. In qualitative research, we have unstructured data. Yeah. Statistical analysis, only summary, objective conclusion. This one is subjective conclusions. Data got from surveys, experiments, measurements, while here data can be extracted from interviews, focus group discussion, etc. Here I have information for you that we have also journal of European and American journals. Here is the Journal of Quantitative and Qualitative Research Methods. It has been popular. This journal has been popular about the combinations, the mix between quantitative and qualitative research. There is also a journal of this quantitative and qualitative approach to generation and application. It's interesting, kan ya? I go to the next trend, which is machine learning and artificial intelligence. This topic can help us discover hidden patterns and relationship in data, generate hypotheses and insight, and enhance the accuracy and efficiency of our analysis. There are several journals dedicated to this topic of interest. Machine learning journal. There is also, what is this? Journal of Machine Learning Research is published every month. You should read about this, and you should read this if you are interested. If you're interested, you have interest. Blackboard Bayesian adversarial attack with transferable priors. It's machine learning. The topic is like very statistic. Bayesian is a statistical method usually used in our research, but is used in computational research. Interesting. I go to the next slide. This is about machine learning. People from computer science might be very familiar with this, but I just explain very shortly. Supervised learning and unsupervised learning. We usually hear about these learnings. What is the difference? The difference between supervised and unsupervised learnings. Where in supervised learning we have like we implement, we force boundary between the 2, 3 population, etc. While in unsupervised learnings we have cluster. We have 2, 3, etc. Clustering. Here is the machine learning. Machine learning itself can be divided into supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Usually supervised learning, we have regressions method, we have classifications, we have ANOVA. If you are familiar with ANOVA, what's ANOVA? Analysis of variant. In classification, we need diagnostic. In regressions, we have advertising popularity, predictions, we have explanations, we have predictions in regressions. What's more about regression? Yes, for instance, we have time series analysis, which is more in detail. It might be very we have targeted marketing, we have customer segmentations, we recommend a system, we have dimensionality reductions, where we have a large number of data. We should give reduction of this number of variables, for instance, using principal component analysis, using factor analysis, for instance, if you are familiar with that, or we have reinforcement learning using robotic navigations, using game, AI, artificial intelligence. The fourth trend is data visualizations and storytelling. Data visualization is the practice of using graphical elements such as chart, maps, diagram, dashboard to present, explore data. While data storytelling is the art of using narrative techniques such as context, structure, emotion, and action to convey the meaning and impact of data. We do need the expert from linguistic department, linguistic faculty, for instance, using about storytelling in this case. This can help us engage and inform our audience, highlight the key message and implication of our data, and persuade them to take actions. There are several journals at the moment dedicated to for this data visualizations and storytelling. There is Journal of Visualizations. Wait. There is Journal of Visualization. You see, can you? And there is Journal of Visualizations, Statistics and Data Science. So we are in the era of collaborations. It's not only about storytelling, but storytelling that needs visualizations, storytelling that needs big data, that need data science, that need analysis, for instance, analysis using statistics, for instance. So we should collaborate. When I did doctoral program as well as postdoctoral programs in Brussels, our chief of department every week we have a meeting. Usually he usually insists that we should collaborate. We should collaborate. If we don't collaborate, we die. That impressions is still unforgettable until now. Why using data visualizations then? It can make data easier to understand and remember. It discovers unknown facts, outliers, and trends. Why we should visualize? It visualize relationship and patterns quickly. It can ask better questions and better decisions. Here, there is a graphic of this good infographic. If we have good informations, but we are lack of design, we have boring informations, boring infographic, boring visualizations. If we have a problem of invisible, we should prepare the data completely. We should add, for instance, the data. We should add story design, story and design of as well. Our presentation is damaging. We should have shareability. It can be shared, and then we need improvement, and we get improvement from others, etc. The last topics, which is very popular nowadays, it's not fixed. Maybe next year it will be quietly different. But nowadays, the fifth topic, which is very popular in the world, is ethical and responsible research. It's something related to psychology, something related to psychology. Ethical and responsible research is based on principles of integrity, honesty, transparency, accountability, and quality. Ethical and responsible research involves obtaining informed consent, protecting privacy, and confidentiality, ensuring data security and quality. Some regulations are not available yet about confidentiality of some topics. Some protection privacy about some research is not regulated yet. So the regulations, the discussions about avoiding bias, about data security, plagiarism is not completed until now. So it is becoming very hot topic at the moment. acknowledging sources and contributions, and addressing potential risks and harms. We should be very careful about bias and plagiarisms at the moment. Several plagiarisms in our institutions, in our country, sometimes happens, even though not every day, not every month, but it happens. There is a journal dedicated to these topics, ethics and responsible research and innovation in practice, as well as science, ethics, and responsible research. So indeed, we are inviting some scientists, some lecturers, some students, for instance, from psychology, from linguistics departments to contribute in this journal, to contribute research, I mean, in Brawijaya, Malang, Indonesia, and in the world. Why research ethics matter? First, protecting participant safety, it can maintain scientific integrity, it can uphold human right and dignity, it ensures social responsibility, it builds trust in research and institutions. Of course, it is complying with legal and regulatory compliance. Yeah, indeed, these psychological scientists, they should collaborate with law scientists, for instance, because they need regulations clearly how to detect plagiarisms. They need to collaborate, people from law department, from psychology department. They need to collaborate with scientists from computer science, for instance, how to detect plagiarisms. They cannot directly know about plagiarisms if they don't collaborate. Lack of informed consent. Yeah, this ethical issue in research now. In this topic, ethical research, privacy and confidentiality breach, deceptive practices, conflict of interest, data fabrications and falsifications, and plagiarism of data. We do find these plagiarisms problems, publication bias. Several times we have publication bias issues in this country as well as abroad. Dual use of and misuse of research. It's a problem. It's a problem, and we should deal with. This is trend. This is not trend of research, but trend analysis. You should differentiate about trend of research and trend analysis. We have also trend analysis. Involves the systematic examination of data to discern consistent patterns or trend over time. These patterns may manifest as upward, downward movement cycle or fluctuation in the data. We have fundamental components of this trend analysis, which is first data collections and preparations. Of course, why? How we know about trend analysis if we don't have the data? So we have to collect data. And about data analysis, data cleaning, data preparation, it should be given particular attentions. Like a big data, some of journal of big data, they do descriptive analysis even. Descriptive analysis, they do data preparations, maybe about 30% of their research. Almost half of their research dedicated to data preparations, because big data is very, it's not very, it's quite difficult to analyze directly. So we should make data ready to be analyzed. And then visualization, trend identifications, as well as statistical analysis. These are four main types of quantitative research. Usually, we do descriptive analysis. For instance, a description of the tobacco use habits, of teenagers. Just describing how many percent teenagers use tobacco in this area, for instance, and what are the disease suffered by teenagers using this tobacco, for instance, kan. We have correlational research, for instance, the relationship between diet and anxiety. For this correlational research, we do attempts to determine the extent of a relationship between two or more variable using statistical data. The third one is causal comparative or quasi-experimental attempts to establish causal effect relationship among the variables. For instance, the effect of part-time employment on the achievement of high school students. Or the last type of quantitative research is experimental research, often called through experimentations. For instance, a comparison of the effect of personalized instruction versus traditional instruction on computational skill. For instance, there are many experimental research done in laboratory, done in factories, done using simulations, for instance. Here are the basic procedures of quantitative designs. First, making our observation about something that is unknown, unexplained, or new. Investigate current theory surrounding our problem or issue. Then we do hypothesis. By hypothesizing an explanation for those observations. The third one, making prediction of outcome based on our hypothesis and formulate a plan to test our predictions. Collecting and processing our data. If our prediction was correct, go to step 5, the next step, which is verifying our findings, making our final conclusions, presenting our findings in an appropriate form for our audience. But if not, our prediction is not correct, we go to the first. We go to the second hypothesis, hypothesizing an explanation for those observations. It has been finished about trends in research, kan ya. Now we do need to discuss about data. We don't need to be afraid or feeling difficult about data, kan ya. We should be very familiar with the data, kan ya. Because every day we have data. Data is a collection of discrete or continuous values that convey information, describing the quality, fact, statistics, or other basic units of meaning, etc. Kan ya? This definition I get it from Wikipedia. Types of data. We should be familiar with this because since if we don't understand really well about the level of measurements, we sometimes don't have informations about what analysis needed for this data, for our data, for instance. We have ordinal data, but we have analysis using interval data. We have interval data, but we do only correlations. We do only some statistical analysis, but for nominal data. So the understandings about types of data is very imperative. I mean, first about nominal data. What is called nominal is based on name variables only. For instance, I use example here, car brands, gender. Yeah. It can only be differentiate name. Yeah. Car brands. We have Toyota, we have Suzuki, we have Volvo, etc. Kan ya? Can we order? No, kan ya? Toyota is number one. Volvo is number two. No, no, no. They can complain about that, kan ya? Secondly, about ordinal level. We have time. Yeah. Not only we have only differentiate, we have also ordering. Yeah. So we cannot just name, or we cannot just differentiate, but we can order. For instance, education's insurance level. The next one is interval data. We can differentiate, we can order, but we can also proportionate interval between variables. For instance, temperature. We have hot, we have not hot here, we have very cold, etc. We have the next level is ratio, which is very complex data. Building height, for instance, we have we can differentiate, we can order, we can proportionate interval between variables, as well as we have absolute zero. Absolute zero. In interval level, we don't have zero, which is which have real definitions. For instance, 0 degree in temperature. We have still temperature. 0 degrees is temperature. We don't have real zero, absolute zero. But building heights, but for building heights, the height of someone, for instance, we do have absolute zero. Yeah, for instance, the building heights, the someone person height. If we have zero, there is no building, there is no person. Then this quantitative research data, I should insist again that sometimes quantitative research data is based on surveys. So we do have sample to populations. We do have sample instead of populations. Why? Because in populations we have very large number of observations. If you can observe all observations, it's no problem. You can use data for this analysis, for instance, for this research using populations. It's no problem at all. However, if there are some drawbacks to include general data using populations, you can use sample. Then you use sampling. Then the important thing about this sampling is representative. The other thing about quantitative research data is experiments, observations using laboratory activities, factory activities, climates, weather conditions, as well as the simulations. Why we need simulations? We need simulation if we don't have a general picture of data, our data. If we don't have some, I should say, some types of characteristics in our data. For instance, we have the disease, for instance, for medical data. For instance, the disease pattern. Because we don't have this disease at the moment, but we can do simulations to model the disease. For instance, for the next year, 10 years, for the next 20 years, there is anticipations to have, for instance, COVID, for instance, COVID disease. So we have patterns and scams for these simulations. These are questionnaire survey. We can do survey by giving questionnaires by using email, using
Excuse me,
web-based
Pak Ahmad Effendi, I'm so
email.
sorry. I need to remind you that we only have like a 5 minute left for our
Okay, 5 minutes.
presentation because I'm going
Okay.
to continue with the question and answer.
Discussion.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Bu Yuyun. Yeah. And mapping survey questions, we can have several maps. Still about data, there is a magic number of 30 kan ya. Why number 30 is often used as a rule of thumb for minimum sample size in statistics, because it is the point at which the central limit theorem begins to apply kan ya. I give explanations using this graph kan ya. Usually for general type of data we use normal distributions. Normal distribution here is represented by red line kan ya. And for small number of data we can model it using T distribution. Is in statistics we have distribution is type of data. How about using 2 observations, 3 observations? Then if we go to 30 observations, it can mimic the normal distributions. So that's why we use 30 as a rule of thumb in this case. And as well as the simulations, I do simulation here is the error code. If someone from statistics or from computer science, you can using R to replicate this modeling to produce this graph. I mean, using binom, normal, Poisson distribution, several type of data, kan ya, and then we conclude with the same pattern using this pattern, kan ya, and error codes. With the data we have also validity and reliability. You can differentiate between reliability and validity using this picture. And we do research, of course, using sampling. Not all observations are required, of course, kan ya. If you can use populations is a good thing, but you can do sampling, of course, if we cannot capture all observations using non-probability sampling or probability samplings. Yeah. Non-probability sampling include convenience sampling, some probability sampling, simple random sampling, cluster random samplings. Using this sampling, we can determine then the minimum number of observations we need. For instance, this one is descriptive statistics, descriptive analysis. I can differentiate measure of central tendency, measure of dispersions, as well as measure of location. This one is a graph. We come up with methodology and analysis. There are several analysis can be used by researchers. These are analysis type that usually used by researchers from simple analysis to quite advanced analysis using testing dependence, person correlation, Spearman correlation, ANOVA. If you do have extra simulation, extra connections, for instance, we have linear regressions, path analysis, more extra connections. We have SEM analysis, structural equation modeling analysis, multivariate analysis, etc. Kan ya. These are some general picture about why we use this type of tests. It depends it depends on your data, what type of data you have, what test of statistic you need. I go to examples then, examples of quantitative research and papers. There are several papers of quantitative research from medical, nursing, pharmacy, midwifery, veterinary, animal husbandry, etc., until social sciences, law, psychology, politics, administration, language, science, etc. The last one I should mention that we need these keys. These keys are innovation and collaborations. We do need this innovation and collaborations. As I mentioned before, if we don't collaborate, we die. Yeah, this one is innovation process. 7 key steps. There are several steps of innovations, but if we don't innovate, then we are stuck. If we don't collaborate, we are also stuck. So we should collaborate with other scientists, with other people, and we should be active doing research, not only collaborate, but passively should be active. Here are some papers I wrote using collaborations with medical research, with economic expert, medical expert, with economic expert, with veterinary expert. This Dr. Widi is from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine in University of Brawijaya, and I one of the authors, urban and regional planning, etc. I think time is up. Thank you, participants. Thank you, Bu Yuyun, for this presentation. I can stop.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Effendi. Completely, this is like a very fascinating presentation. But now we turn to the question and answer for the participant who has a question. Maybe I would like to open for the first session, question and answer for 2 participants who can raise or address question. Please raise your hand and come up with your question. Anyone? Yeah, I think while waiting for the participant giving you a discussion, Dr. Effendi, I have, this is a kind of, what is it, like a red point that I could get from your presentation, because from the very beginning you like mentioned and stressing that collaboration is very important in the research gitu. Which is you also mentioning that quantitative and qualitative collaboration, quantitative and qualitative method approach in a collaboration. This is also very useful to make our manuscript become fascinating. Now my question is, as you also mentioned that not all information can be numbers, can be written in numbers. And then how, do you have any suggestion on how to perform our research finding to make it impress, to impress our journal reviewer?
Thank you, Bu Yuyun. Thank you, Mrs. Yuyun. I mentioned before that not all information can be numbers. But I should finish with all informations cannot be numbered, but some can be translated into text. Some can be translated into picture. So we can do analysis for further research using text analysis and image analysis. If some of you here coming from computer science department, for instance, they might be very familiar with text analysis and image analysis. So there is still room. There is still room for collaborations, unless we do have information only from, for instance, yeah, interviewer with one person. But this person is very important, very imperative to our society. For instance, president. For instance, we do have interviews with president, and we do have some informations of this from this interview can be published. Some are not. Of course, for those informations that can be open to public. This cannot be analyzed using statistic, of course, because it is from one person. One person. Indeed,
Understand.
For instance, from one country. No. One factory. From one person's, for instance, there are some researchers. I'm usually involving. I'm usually involving from psychological research. They do interviews. They do observations. For instance, from disability persons, but from one student only. From one student only. This cannot be generated. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. But okay. Before, I think we also run out of time. But before I close this session, I have one question from our participant. His name is Jan Marlo Talidong. Sorry if I'm mistake for spelling your name. He says that, may I know, Professor, in what way a Likert scale could be an ordinal, and in what way it could be an interval?
Okay.
Effendi.
These questions usually come up every time we do discussion about Likert scale. Usually, some of researchers they, for instance, if you have a Likert scale, for instance, 1 until 5. 1 until 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 until 5. 1 for very disagree, for instance. 2 quite disagree. Usually 3 is abstain, netral kan ya. It can be generally it can be interval. It can be interval. Even if some scientists, they don't like option of netral. They usually force respondents to have answers and using 4 scales only, and 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no netral. You should not be netral kan ya. It still can be considered as interval. And however, some people they have objections, because in interval interval between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 should be equal. Should be equal objectively. How you can how you can be sure then that 1 until 2, 2 until 3 is equal. So there is bridge between this. You should transform your scales 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2 until 5. You can transform to continuous scale. It's possible, and it's possible. You can do using Excel. You can do using whatever softwares. Then if you have continuous numbers, it can be surely the same interval. Then
yes, okay.
can be
Very
sure that it
interesting.
should be
But
interval.
Effendi, we still
Yes.
seems that we still have a few questions from our participant. Yeah, I was like skipping a question from Mark P. Lawrence. He was asking about, may I know what you usually use among the measures of average for an ordinal data of Likert scale data? What do you usually use to measure an average?
On average.
Yes, for an ordinal data or Likert scale.
Oh, on average, you can calculate manually, or you can we can calculate using Excel, using some of softwares.
Taking
It
Okay.
is not a big issue, I think.
Okay.
And then, may
Yeah.
I know?
And another question also from Nur Akila. She was asking about, may I know it is common to test normality using skewness and kurtosis?
Indeed, yeah. You can use skewness and kurtosis to check normality, but there are several tests to ensure that your data is normal using, for instance, not only skewness and kurtosis. I usually use p-value test, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test kan ya. Usually because it's usually available in some softwares like SPSS, Minitab. Even though in some open source software it is not available, but we can do it manually. For instance, using Excel, for instance.
I think because we ran out of time, one more question, Pak Effendi. Yes, this is for closing. Yeah. Already. Yeah. This is about trends in quantitative research. This question from Randy Nobleza. Do you see a trend in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research as a part of collaboration? And he continued that, what is your take of digital humanities as a part of computational and machine-based field or discipline? Thanks. Did you get the question?
Indeed, this is very interesting comments. Indeed, we very interesting comment. This one is so we don't need to hide ourselves in our departments or in our faculty. By learning other books, other interests of people, usually we can broaden our knowledge, we can broaden our mind, and in this case, we are very ready to collaborate.
Okay, thank you, Pak Effendi. I think this is going to be our close remarks today. The key remarks that we can say for this first session of the second day in our online short course is collaboration, meaning that interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, also for having mixed method. This is very important for our research. Let's do the best for the future research, and I also wishing you guys happy for, wait a second. Oh yeah, before we continue, I was like reminded by our admin that before we continue for the next session, we will have like a short time break. Thank you, Pak Effendi, and also participant for having me during this last almost 2 hours, I guess.
Thank you very much.
So much that our discussion for this first meeting going to be useful and give you a benefit for your career. Thank you so much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I can leave. Thank you for all.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to UB Short Course Program 2024. It's a pleasure for me. My name is Citra, and I will be your moderator for today's sessions. First of all, before we start our course, let me read some today's rules for the meeting. First of all, please use the virtual background provided and rename with your real name as a participant. Okay, I'm sorry for the connections problem. Okay, our speakers today is Mr. Surasak Jatawarn, PhD from Raja Manggala University of Technology, Thailand. Good afternoon, Dr. Jatawarn.
Hi, good afternoon from Thailand. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you clearly. 7 sounds. Okay, before we start, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Jatawarn. Dr. Surasak Jatawarn is a lecturer at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Raja Manggala University of Technology, Tanyaburi, Thailand. He graduated with a PhD title from Asian Institute of Technology in Urban Environmental Management. And then Mr. Jatawarn held a lot of training program certifications since 2010. And his latest training is in 2018 in King's Philosophy at the Sufficiency Economy. And then Dr. Jatawarn's latest publication is in 2023 with a title, Environmentally Responsible Behavior of Tourists in the Coastal Tourism Destinations. Okay, regarding to our today's theme, we know that conducting qualitative research could pose several challenges, right? Novice researcher and students may also face challenge at the different stage at the process of the research, such as selecting the topic, protecting the rights of the participants, and analyzing the data sets. So our topics today will be very interesting. Okay, guys, all of the participants, are we ready? Okay, without any further ado, let's start our sessions today with Dr. Jatawarn. Doctor, the forum is yours.
Thank you so much, Citra. Let me share my slides. There. Okay. Good afternoon, our participants. I really appreciate because for the last session, it's quite like, in my opinion, I think it's quite, we need to put more focus on this because there's a lot of the technical terms and words that we have to focus on. And yeah, if you are like math persons, you love number, numerical trends, everything's about statistics. So maybe you can easily to focus. But from me, I try to keep my face like focusing all the time. Because actually I'm not a statistic person because I love writing, I love listening, and I love talking with the people. So that's why statistic is quite like um opposite side with me. It's just different way from me. But however, being researchers, we have to combine it, and sometimes we have to practice it because some of the problem issues in the world, so we need to maybe sometimes one size we cannot find the true problems of that. We have to use multiple methods and techniques to find the true answer, and then sometimes we recommend them with the fruitful solution. So, in my opinion, a part of the quantitative, qualitative is important to do the research, and you have to. I think you guys maybe, some of you maybe have familiar with the qualitative research more than me, but this is the trends that I collected and I gather the information, and then I just want to digest and then show you in the world now, especially based on the business trend. They have some increasing trends on the qualitative research. And for the outline of today's presentation, we'll start first with the research cycle or to see the overall of the scientific research, especially in the social science. How many stages we have to get through, and then I think we have to understand the overview of doing the research, and then we can find the way and the solutions that fit to the specific problem. And so exactly about the qualitative approach, and the last one, trends of qualitative method in business field. Okay. Before going through this, I have some activities. Maybe you guys can join and participate with me. Because last year I went to Indonesia the first time, and if this year I go again, can you recommend me which place that I have to visit? Attractive tourists by typing the words in the Zoom meeting program. Now I open the meeting chat as well to see which place you recommend. Malang. Okay, I can go to Malang the second time. Yeah, it's beautiful area. Beautiful Brawijaya University. Other places that for me to go to visit Indonesia the second time? Bali, cool. Bandung, Gresik, Borobudur, Lombok, Semarang. That's it. Lamongan, okay. Banjuwangi, Semarang. I need more ideas. Yogyakarta. Oh, Solo is the place. Nigeria. Cool. I hope. Labuan Bajo. Okay. West Papua. Oh my God. Indonesia have many places to visit. Sanatorium and Medan. Okay, Medan is the second time. Lombok second time. INC, General Santos, Philippines. Okay. I have a lot of my best friends. I have a lot of friends in Philippines, and they invite me a lot. And yeah, I hope. Medan third time. Lombok second time. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your information. I think I got a lot of the data, and then actually based on the qualitative research, when we interview and then when we ask the people with the question, sometimes we get a many data, right? And it's kind of like we are sink in the ocean of data because it's a lot of information in our head. I think the technique for the qualitative data, one of the skill needed for doing the qualitative research is the conceptualize it. A part of not conceptualize, code it to see what is the common issues and what is the specific issues. Yeah, and then we don't left any information. We need to combine them all and then try to interpret them for explaining the data that we gather during doing it, the qualitative research. Most of the time when we doing too much, a lot of the asking, a lot of the interviewing with the people, when we have many information, so technique, skill sets, and explaining it, you need to integrate them all the time. Integrate them. And I don't think that I am an expert in the qualitative because all the times when I asking many people about my research, I always confused with the information as well. But it will help you. The more you practice asking people and then you gather and then you find a common idea and then you find a specific idea and then you can link them and then explain them in one model or in one picture, it will help you. So that's why conceptualized skills or conceptualized technique is help you a lot when you're doing the qualitative research. All right. Thank you so much for participating me. I think you guys will kind of like ice breaking with me. Okay. Next, like, and for the research process, so you guys know already how to do research. So we start with an idea, and then after we know the idea, we can review literatures. And then after we review many concepts, many literature, many previous researches, and then we can formulate the theories. Formulate the theories, it will help you to find the research problems. And then we have to set a clear research problem in order to planning your research plan, planning your data collections, how to analyze this, answering this. And then the important things of doing the scientific research, when you analyze it, your results have to track back to the theory. This is very important. When your result can track back to the theories and then you find something new, that's a novel or masterpiece of your research. It will help you easily to publish. But most of the time, especially for Thai students that I teach, they cannot track back to the literature. When they discussion their results, they always go to the ocean, go to the sea, talking about other things. They cannot track back to the literature. If you can track back and then you find, oh, we find something new out of the theories explained it before, or you find something, or maybe you review that. It's hardly to find the theory back up because it less number of the previous research. So you can come up with you can formulate your new theory or you can formulate your theory. Most of the qualitative is this type. You can see this view. And theories, deductive reasonings come up with the hypothesis. You test the theories because you have a hypothesis. But if don't have much of the previous research before, you have to inductive your research. You gather, you observe the data, you observe the people, you observe the behavior, and then you come up with the theory. Okay, this is 1 factor, 2 factor, 3 factor, and then you conceptualize this is the new theory. You generate them. This is quite kind of like, in my opinion, quantitative and qualitative. Yeah. And the approach to the research, you know that before, qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods. And then you decide the process. You write it up. Okay. So this is a comparison between quantitative and qualitative research. And I think I don't go through any details because we have a lot of the information after this. But yeah, the sample size, the qualitative is small and quantitative is large. And the type of analysis, we mostly subjective, interpretive, mostly not a numerical. But for the quantitative, is statistic. You have to summarizations and bits. And for the type of research, qualitative is exploratory. You explore the situation. But in the quantitative, you try to descriptive the situations. You describe with a number, you describe with a trend. This is the main factor comparison between quantitative and qualitative. So for qualitative is a process of inquiry with the goals of understanding social or human problems from multiple perspectives. And sometimes some situations are complex and holistic, but you have to get through it and then try to see the overview of this and then explain based on your understanding or explain based on the theory that you use it to back up your inquiry. And then it analyzes the data such as words, picture, objects. And I heard that today the people mostly use an AI generative, but in my opinion, I did not use much. But if I just see some information, they can use the AI generative to code the words and then set up the diagrams. Then today I have some information for you to show how to create the diagram from the software of qualitative data. So qualitative research is a natural setting and it's mostly in the form of words and picture. Yeah, and I said that because based on the research, deductive and inductive, the inductive approach is mostly for the qualitative because we did not have much information and then we observe them. And then when we observe them, we have to combine the things that we see and then we explain how it's happened and what is this. And then it come up with the concept of your opinion, of your logical thinking. So that's why this is an inductive. But if it's deductive methods or deductive approach, you test the things that explained it before in hypothesis. And it involved in the situations, behavior settings. Mostly the qualitative, we did not say it's right or wrong, but we mostly explain, why it happened. So that's why it's different results from the quantitative. And normally the inquiry is made by the research question, not objective or hypothesis. The central question is stated in general form and followed by sub-question and leave them open. Let's see an explanation and an example. For example, if the main question about how do teacher and parents perceive homeschool relationship? Because I think this is an example. In Thailand now we have a number of increasing the students, they are doing the homeschool. They don't want to go to the school. So and then a lot of the questions come up when I saw this trend. How do teacher and parents perceive homeschool relationship? So this is the big question. The specific question or the sub-question should be like, what are the available means of communication between home and school? Are parents and teachers satisfied with the current level of communication? What efforts were made to overcome any difficulty and to support homeschool communication? Are there any variation among parents in terms of the communication with school? If so, how did they vary and why? So you can see in the sub-question, it's quite like going specific to see the perceptions between teacher and parent about homeschool. And then when you use these questions, we'll let them explain. The more data we get during the interview, we can analyze it at the end, the trends or the directions of the question, the directions of the answer. Okay, for the qualitative research design, we are talking about sampling method, data collection method, and the data analysis. For the sampling, mostly for the qualitative, we use convenient sampling because it's easy to access to the target people we need. Like in my own, based on my experience, because I'm doing about the life, the quality of life waste picker before, and yeah, many waste picker in Thailand, they are the migrant workers, and then it's hard to get data. So I mostly use the convenient. When I saw one, and then asked them, "Are you available to interview?" They said no, they cannot speak. And then the second one comes. This is the convenient sampling technique. And sometimes you have to propose them. The proposal. You judge what type or which type of the people you need to get data. And then you see that that group that you need, it can be represents the whole populations for your research topic. Like based on my experience, I use the waste picker because I want to explain the quality of life of this group of people in Thailand. As you know, working with the waste is dangerous and dirty. Thai people normally don't do this work. So that's why we need more people from our neighborhoods. The migrant, they come, and then a part of the statistic that we need to explain in my research. So we need to know in-depth information. That's why I try to get more number of the waste picker to interview. That is the purposive sampling technique that I use. And sometimes during the interview, if someone said that, okay, I don't have much information on this, the interviewee said that, but my friends knowing about this, how to get the welfare for waste picker, even they are a migrant worker. So they suggest me to go to ask the friends, that kind of snowball sampling. When we ask more and more people, we'll get like a lot of the information. It's kind of like the snowball at the top of the hill is very small, right? And then when they click from the top down to the hills, it's become bigger and bigger and bigger. That means you get more information. And then the quota sampling is kind of like the whole overall populations, you give them a quota, equal quota, but you have to check the exact number of the population first. Based on my opinion, when I interview the business section, I mostly check the number of registered business in that area. And then I try to give them based on the category of the business. For example, if they are a shop, a trade, a tent, hotel, resource, and then we have to give them a quota based on the category that they register with the government. And then the selected type of qualitative research, now I will try to explain based on this bullet point and will give you a sample of the research that they published today. Okay, the first one, discover ground theory. Ground theory is a qualitative approach to generate and develop a theory from data that the researcher collects. For example, we might collect data from parents who have pulled their children out of the public school and develop a theory to explain how and why these situations happen. Ultimately, developing a theory of the school pull-out. So sometimes when you have a curious why the students, they quit the school, and then you review, oh, there's not much studies on this, but you want to know what is the reasons behind why the students pull out, drop out the school. You start working on the research. You're going to interview them. You're going to interview the parents with the list of the question. Maybe, I don't know, is there any specific question or not? But based on the qualitative, we have to open and answer, open and question, because we need more information from them to explain, right? So we let them explain. And then based on the number of you interview, maybe 10 students, 10 families, and then you conceptualize it into the model, into the factor, into a concept why the students quit or drop the school. You set up with that. That's the grounded theory. Based on the business field, I find this paper and it's interesting because they are talking about the opportunities of the entrepreneurship research, past accomplishment and the future challenge. And if you read the abstract, they are study about the opportunity concept based on the published research. So one of the technique that they use is the documentary research. They are going through, read a lot of the published research from the past, and then to see what happens, the opportunity of being an entrepreneurship, and then they summarize it, and then create the model. And then they try to explain which case, why it fails, what is the factor to fail for being an entrepreneur, and what is the factor that they can achieve being an entrepreneur. So this is one of the techniques they use to set up the ground theory is the documentary research. And I think you guys, if you have a research idea and research topic, and then you can see and read a lot of the research, the published research, and then you conceptualize it, I think you can publish. And many PhD students in our university, they publish the papers since they were not finished the proposal yet. They are doing chapter 1 to chapter 3, but during the chapter 2, they are doing the documentary research. And then they publish. And then they send the document to request the graduations. I think it's one of the techniques for the people, mostly they are doing very smart PhD students. And the second type is the ethnography. Ethnography is the form of qualitative research that focuses on culture of people, a culture of a group of people that they have a very, a very authentic, but note that a culture is the shared attitude, value, norms, practice, language, and material things, a group of people. For example, we might decide to go to live with some villages, a current people, a current village in the hill tribe. And then we have to know, we have to realize what their culture and what do they living, and how do they live, how do they believe. Based on this ethnography in business, we find some interesting research. And this is talking about the family SME succession through engaged Buddhism. This is the topic they study about the 12 Buddhist family business in Vietnam. And then it's very interesting. They try to compare with the normal business. And then they want to know what is the outstanding factor for the Buddhism, because they believe that the Buddhism can help them to become an SME in the future. And this group will, maybe you have to review related to other science, like a religion science. You have to review a part of the business field. So it's kind of integrated research approach. And yeah, it helps you to easily publish because it's very outstanding. It's not much people do, and then it's very specific group. If you can show them that it will fulfill the literature gap, it's amazing. The next type is the case study. This case study is very popular for the qualitative research because when we realize one case very successful or very controversy in the society, and then we want to know why this case is mostly talking, it was talked about, and then we have to focus on each case and then compare it. It's kind of like the forms of going through the detail in each case to see the activity, the process, the times, how they happen, occur, and then it's being talked. It's a high talking in the society. And then now they still on the top of the trends or they are going down. So we go to the detail of each case. And yeah, using a variety data collection. Maybe this is the case from Thailand, and then they are doing about the factor how the business transitions in the family is success. What is the perspective? What is the factor? And then this researcher, they try to study from 8 success family. Actually, not success. They said that family business successor. Business successor is kind of like if your family, your parents have a business, and then now they old enough, they don't want to continue, they want to transfer the business to their daughter and son, but their business is a billion value of that business. How do they success? How do they transfer, give to the next generations of the business? And then so that's why this researcher, they try to study with 8 success business in Thailand, and then they come up with a lot of the perspective factor that drive the business successions successfully. I think a lot of the qualitative research in business field is very interesting, and then you can download it and then look at in each type. Maybe you can use the type of the qualitative research to find. And the next is the phenomenology. It's a form of qualitative research in which the researcher attempts to understand how one or more individuals experience a phenomenon. For example, we might interview 20 students that who have experienced earthquake situation in Japan before, and then come up with the answer. The first one, what are their feelings, and then what is the common feelings, common experience, and then the specific experience. And then we come up with the earthquakes resilient or earthquake adaptation. Based on the business, I find this interesting because it's about succession again. Yeah. But it's very specific for a daughter. I think in the Asia culture, I don't know, I can say that to represent the Asia. continent, most of the Asia culture, when they have daughter and sons, the family always give the important things and stuff to the son. Because son, male, maybe have some factors that stronger than female or daughters. Based on this curiosity, the researcher, they try to understand, they apply the gender analysis to their research, and then to see how the family enterprise success to daughter. Maybe a difference. And then they did not explore in Asia. They explore in 2 countries in the western side. You can see that the study area is in the US and in Belgium. Or maybe daughter in the family business is not only Asia culture, but it may be in the Western culture as well. Maybe they find the same problem. And then it's interesting for us to know. And then maybe in Indonesia, you have a different perspective on the daughter of the family enterprise. But yeah, we need to do the research, and then we understand what is the factor to drive the daughter being a next generations for the family enterprise. A part of the type for the data collection sources. Okay, we start with the mostly the qualitative research. We use a secondary data. We use a lot of the published research, the local government report, newspaper, emails, diary, journals, everything. And then it helps you to review first how to intro your research. And then you can summarize in the literature, and then you study what you find based on that research or based on that report, and then you come up with your idea. That's a secondary data. But for the primary data, it's exactly true. We get the data from in-depth interview, focus group discussions, observation, and then by using the audio visual material, I'll show you with my example of the qualitative research. This one is an issue attention cycle in greening industrial estate. This is the case in Raya province, Thailand. For this topic, I get the secondary data from online news from the website. And me and my colleagues, we read more than 200 news, online news. And we come up with the linking between the first decades to the second decade. Because it's talking about the industrial estates formulation in Raya province. Raya province is very important because it's in the Gulf of Thailand, close to the beach. And yeah, we have a lot of a plentiful nature. And since they have a plentiful of nature, a lot of the business investor, they want to invest and then create the industrial estate there. In 20 years, back to 20 years before, a lot of the protests, because the local people with NGO people, they protest, they don't want this industrial estate because they know that the 20 years in the future, their nature, environment will be destroyed. So that's why it's the conflicts in that area. It shows the attention of the people through the news, through the online. This is my case, and then I explain them. If for the next area or the next industrial estate, if they want to create in other areas in Thailand, I think this technique, I mean like using the press and news coverage to issues about this story will help the people for the whole country to understand. And then it will help the government and the private sector to negotiate if they need to create this industry, what will happen in the positive and the negative way. And the local government, if they allow them to create this industry in that area, what will happen? It's kind of like help the people for the whole country to understand the situation by using the news and press coverage. The second, based on the in-depth interview and focus group discussion, sometimes we have to focus on the participants, which is a very first-hand knowledge. Or we cannot like, hey, are you in this field? Can you talk with me? Sometimes you have to focus because as you need their data to represent the issue and represents the population. Sometimes we have focus on the first-hand knowledge, life experience, sense making. That's when we are talking about the in-depth interview. And then for the focus group discussions, focus group is the same. We need to select the participants for the discussion and then prepare the guide question and explore them with the attitude, value, behavior. And then when they are in the group, you have to be careful if one person's try to influence other people. It's exactly to when we are in the group, we have different background, different interests. Since one, they lead the discussion, they try to influence other, they try to show that they know. But if you are the facilitator in that group discussions, you have to balance the energy of discussion, balance the power. It will help you. But if that issue is need an aggressive data, you need more power. Like for example, one of the research I remember, it's about the political issues or something, and then they invite a lot of the politicians, and then they have a woman politicians, a small politicians, a higher politicians in kind of like elite group of the countries, and they want to get in the deep information, so they need more aggressives during the talk, during the discussion. So that's why it depends on the issue as well. If your issue is kind of like to find the solutions, from the multiple stakeholders, so you have to balance the energy and the situations. But if your issues, your topic is very deep, sometimes you have to increase the energy of the discussion. And this is the second paper of mine that related to qualitative research by using the focus group. And I invite a lot of the representative from municipality to find the solutions for the solid waste management, especially in the coastal area, to see the challenge and opportunities. And this is, as you can see, the number of the selected local government is only 4. It's very limited. And when I published this, the reviewer asked me, is that enough? They asked me, one of the comment, is that enough for being represent the whole municipality in coastal Eastern Thailand? And we have to find the answer. And then actually I prepared them already because this is for selected local government. We have a criteria to select. The first, it's about the dangerous situations on waste in the coastal area. These 4 municipalities, they face a lot of the waste problem along the beach every year, every single year. And the second one is the number of the density. Because in each year, I think these 4 selected municipality, they get a number, maybe more than 500,000 people visit the area every single year. And then it increasing every year. If they cannot find a solution to control the number of waste, the volume of it will die, the area, the beach, the animal will die every one day. So that's why the selections of the group of sample, you need to prepare some criteria, because we are not like a large sampling, like quantitative, that they get 400 or more than 400 samples. They can use that number to be to represent the whole population. But for the qualitative, we use a very little sample. So the sample is very important. That's why you have to prepare the criteria on this. And then the data collection methods, the observation. Observation is very interesting for me. I didn't have a chance to do this type of the method before, but I find some example on this research. They try to observe the behavior of the elder consumption, because most of the elder, they go to the hospital, they have some allergy during they consume something, especially food safety. So that's why if you look at the abstract, they're talking about 60 years, number of the samples 100. They try to observe them, how they eat, how they consider the food to eat, is the safety, and then it's mostly found that it's very low. But the way of the observation, the technique that they use to observe, maybe you have to read this inside. I think it's very interesting. They use a video record. They record a video to see the elder eating during they have a dinner, breakfast. For the guiding question of the qualitative research, most of type and meaning, we have to use this one a lot. What is this? What does this mean? Maybe based on the structure. What are the contexts that give this meaning? And then if it's kind of like your issue or the topic is about the process, how does this come to have a meaning? This is most a common using question that the qualitative people or the qualitative researchers have to use this one. And or during the interview, you must use the open-ended question, and then you can use the technique of past, present, and future, like how this come in the past, what it is. Can you explain me in the past why this happened? This is the technique that I use all the times. So asking about the past, the present, and then what is the future. Ask them about their opinion. And then keep the questions simple. Sometimes you have to realize the participant or the interviewee, if they graduate, maybe they have a low education, like graduate only high school, or graduate under not in the postgraduate. So sometimes use the technical term much, it's not help you get the good atmosphere during the talking. And be cautious about giving an example. In my opinion, sometimes when we get a dead air of the interview, we have a good help by using our experience. And then you always talk, based on my experience, I remember this happened because of this. And I think the interviewee, when they notice us, and then they know that, oh, this guy, they have experience before. They know the situation, and then maybe I don't want to talk much. I don't want to show the stupid my stupid about that situation. So we have to be careful. I didn't say that we didn't use the lead example, but we can, but we have to be careful on this. And then one of the points, one of the technique that can use the increase the good atmosphere during the interview is the give some compliment. And then the strategy for the data collection, and then yeah, you have to be a conversational, be clear, allow sufficient times for responses, and sometimes you have to be quiet, because in my opinion, quiet will help will pressure a little bit to the interviewee, because if you get some dead air, they have to think, okay, I'll talk this one, I will talk this one. It's pressure a little bit, but it helps you to get more information. And then you don't remember, you have to recognize their limit. Some of them, they cannot walk much, they cannot sit for a long time. So you have to finish and complete your interview by the time. And then observing their behavior, take notes, set a dynamic, and then note the limitations during the record. This is the type of interview question. We can use that. We can start with tell us about when you hear, what have you done? How did you come to? What were the most important to you? These things that help them to explain more and more. This is the starting question. And the forms of the qualitative data, transcripts, interview, audio record, you can use this one. And then sometimes you can use the picture. It will help you to get some picture, they have a meaning, a lot of the meaning inside if they always use an example of that picture. Don't forget to take the, but you have to ask them first, can I take the picture of this? And if they say, okay, you can use that one. And this is the characteristic of interview transcript except. And this is the focus group noted. The first one says, the second one say, and then you have to record this. This is the example. And then this is the characteristic of the observation field note. You have to explain that woman come, and then what is their first behavior, and then what are they doing next, kind of like that. And then assessing data collection, describe the context and then structure of the situation, record, assess quality of the data, evaluate relative usefulness of guiding question, and then identify area of difficulty, unclear, invalid, or information. For the analysis, you have to organize the data because sometimes you get many information from many people or many stakeholders. You have to categorize them. Okay, this group, they are a leader of the village. They have a common issues in this type. And then the second level, the second layer of the hierarchy in their society, because they have many level in their society, you have to organize them and then coding them during the different level of their hierarchy or in their society. What is the common? You have to code that. And this is an example. I'll go through this quickly. This is an example of the qualitative data analysis. Were taken from the Center of Health Service in Primary Care Department of Internal Medicine, Sociology, University of California. They take notes and then they add all the notes in the in vivo program. And then in the in vivo program, they code that in the colors. Constant burning, you can see the purple color, constant burning, don't want to feel all that bloating and burning. You can see the common words. And sometimes they use, so I am hungry in the yellow. And then I just can't eat. I don't feel hungry. I can't drink. Based on this different color of the coding, it helps you to categorize. Need more clarity, uncertainty information, need more qualification. And then this is the categories that the in vivo program help you to group the data And then in the in vivo program, sometimes it helps you to create more and more results. For example, they can help you to create a chart. That's the chart from the project's research in example before. And it helps
Excuse
you
me,
to see.
Dr. Jutarwan. Yeah, we
Yep.
have 10 minutes left before we end
Yeah.
the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. And based on the interview, they can set up the chart related to the patients in the hospital. And in vivo program can help you to thematic table, set up all different groups. This is the Latina group, American group, all groups, and they have a different comments or the specific comment. And the in vivo can help you to create a chart. And this is an example. And yeah, the programs, the qualitative program in vivo, I think can do for you as a quantitative. The quantitative can help you to do the factor variable with dependent variable relationship and show you how it's the trends, the directions, right? Qualitative can do as well, but we have to find the common issues, the difference issue and the specific issue first, and then it helps you to generate this diagram. The practical application. Okay, explore, understand diverse experience, conduct research for specific needs and value, and then the respondents' experience, they collect the relevant respondents' experience, and then create design intervention as well. This is the way of the practice of apply the in vivo program, and then it helps you for the theory building as well, definition of the concept, empirical evidence, identify the gap, conjectures, and test the empirical research. Based on the interview or the numerical data, we need ethics as well. Based on my experience, I'm doing the documentary research. The journal asks me, do you have an ethical proof before? And I have to show them. Even we are not researching in the human, but we have to get an approve. Very important as well. For the trends in qualitative research, I got this journal, these articles. They are talking about the paradigm in qualitative international business research, trend analysis and recommendation. I want to show you this. You can see the number in each decade of qualitative research in business field. It's increasing every year, every decade. And they're researching based on 4 important journals in the international business. And 2010 is more than, mostly it's more than 50 articles in their journal. And this is the trend. Case study, and then the multiple primary plus secondary data. You can see the trends now. And one of the trends in qualitative research is the discourse and with conversation analysis. This is an example that I find it because now many business, they are doing CSR, corporate social responsibility. They want to show how their business or how their organizations responsible for the environment in the society. They want to show their sustainability of the organizations, right? But sometimes it's kind of like the trends. They are not exists in their blood. They just want to be green. We use the word greenwash for all organizations, right? So sometimes we have to check and then we have to interview them. This is kind of the greenwash or not. Especially from this journal, this article, they're talking about the petroleum company. Because now the petroleum company, they show a lot of the CSR activities. But actually you can see the products. It's not green, right? This is kind of like discourse. You can you can use. And this is other reference of this presentation. Before ending my presentation, we have one of the issues in Thailand. It's kind of like controversy now. Is the cliff of the high school student. They want to apply the university. They have to publish the research. They are only 17 years old, and then they publish their research in 6 months. And yeah, it's remind me now, because the younger kids, they are very good at research. We have to stronger. We have to learn more and more, because you can see the future of our populations. They are good and good and good every year. So that's why doing the research, no matter is it quantitative or qualitative, if you have a chance, just do it, practice it, and then one day you will be an expert on your field. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jotawan. It's a very, very interesting topic. And once again, I would like to remind you, all of the participants, you can write all your questions in the chat column, right? Dr. Jotawan, in order to grasping the concept of qualitative research, it could be very personal. I mean, it's very personal in terms of the experience, the perceptions of the research finding. In your opinion, how we could overcome the problem of objectivity in qualitative research?
Sorry, I cannot hear. Can you say it again?
Okay, I think in your opinion, in qualitative research, we often find the problem about the objectivity. In your opinion, how we could overcome the problem of objectivity in the qualitative research? Could you hear me, Dr. Jotawan? I'm sorry, hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
overcome what?
Okay,
Sorry,
and
I can't hear well.
objectivity.
Objectivity.
Yeah, objectivity in order to clarify the result findings.
As I said, maybe you have to set up the criteria for choosing the topic, and not only topic. You have to set up like prepare the background of the information in all issues you do. For me, sometimes it's kind of bias if you choose too much, because in the qualitative we based on the purposive sampling, right? We propose this topic, we propose this group of the people, we propose this group, but you have to explain them before in the introductions. It's very important to do this. We need to know the depth information from this group in order to show the people, or to show the country, to show the government that it's important to look after this specific group, because it will impact in multiple concepts, or impact in the multiple area. So it could say that, yeah, we very focus on this group. It cannot be it represents to all, but since we have the backup informations and then the criteria to show the people and the audience, the researchers, I think it helps you to prevent the bias and the objectivity. But if you write the paper or you do the research without any criteria to select, it's exactly true. It's your bias, because it's based on your opinion only.
Oh, okay. Thank you, doctor. I think we have a lot of questions in the chat column, and I will choose some of them because the limitation of the time. The first, we have Lazar from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and this question is related to the sampling. The first question is, how can we prevent participants in FGD interview from repeating or copying each other's response? And then the second one is, how long should an interview last for the best result possible? I think we could respond the two first questions, Dr. Jotawan.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to the chat to see the question again.
Okay, yeah. It's from Lazar. I think in qualitative research, we know about the Hawthorne effect. Am I right, Dr. Jotawan? Hawthorne effect is the effect that happen when the participants trying to change their behavior in response to being observed. And I think it's related to the first questions about how we prevent participants in FGD copying or repeating others' response.
Based on my experience, I have this situation before, but because when I am alone, I know that that's what the weakness points. If you don't have a visual note, you don't have an assistant, it will help you to get lost, or you cannot observe every people or their behavior. Based on my experience, you must have one person to help you. We call it assistant. They may not focus on the information, but they focus on the behavior of the participant. Because for us as a facilitator, we focus on the informations, right? Because we need to set up a lot of the question for us in the focus group discussion. Okay, the first one say, the second one answer, and then we have to focus, and then we have to summarize them, the idea, and then we have to ask them to link to other question. But the assistant will help you to notice, okay, the first one, they have some behavior, they copy the answer of the third one, they always agree, they did not give more opinion. Actually, based on the background, these guys are very expert, but they always agree with the first one, because they have
Happens a
some
lot.
feelings, right? So the assistant will help you, and then you can break a short times, and then based on I still remember, I said to them, hey, we can break for a while, you get coffee, and then we can come back to the meeting room again, and then I go to talk to them, ask them the feeling, what happened, and then they said, oh, okay, I don't feel like this discussion will benefit me because blah blah blah, what is the reasons? And I said, okay, so things based on your mindsets, we have to change something, and you have to talk to your goals, your objective of this research, and then we'll let them to understand what you need. Or if they feel awkward and then frustrated, you can interview them alone, separate interviewing with them. Will help to get more information. This is the weakness of the focus group discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the time management in focus group discussion is very important, right?
Yeah. Sometimes you have to get as your assistant will help you to notice the behavior of the other participants.
Okay.
Sorry.
Doctor. Okay.
Sorry, may I jump a little bit? I am Lazar actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Please, Mr. Lazar.
I'm interested in knowing that is it okay for me, let's say, no, do not copy that. You have to show your uniqueness in your answer because I want this data to be really rich, not just repetitive of the other people. Is that okay for me to do that?
I think based on the context of your research, if you think that that people is very important to you, in my opinion, like for example, from that situation that I said, I set up the separate interview with them because they represent the civil society. Because in that focus group, I invite the represent from the government, represent from the private, and represent from the civil society. And then the civil society, actually, they are aggressive persons. They always protest. But in that focus group, they keep quiet. And then they agree, they agree, they agree. But my answer, my expected result, I need the variety, diversity of my answer. So sometimes I need to get them. I need to get the answer from them.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yes, set up the separate. We'll hope.
Okay.
I'm
Instead
not
of
sure I answer your question or not.
yeah, I got it. Yeah. Maybe instead of having this FGD, we can do it in person interview, which is private
Yeah.
interview, right? Separated.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Is it clear, Mr. Laser?
Yeah.
Anyone
Yeah.
else,
That's
or
for
is it enough?
yeah for number one. Yes.
That's all
Yeah.
for you? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
For number one. Yeah.
Oh, for number
I'm
one. Okay, okay. I see that you have 4 questions just from you for Mr.
I'll try
Okay.
Jotawar.
Okay.
Then
because
I think
Sorry.
the
For number one and
the
number
num
two. Okay. But I mean, number two hasn't been
okay.
answered, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it has been answered. How about the number 3, Mr. Jotawar? The incentive given to the participants.
Yeah. That's very controversial.
May it cause a bias?
incentive given to the participants.
Mhm.
How can I say?
Because I have experienced this, and it's very difficult not to give them anything. But if I give them something, then the voice
Okay.
can be biased. They
um,
will only speak something good, not the bad things. You know, they will be affected by this. You could call it bribe or something.
How we manage this, doctor?
I don't know because based on this question, you mostly give an incentive to the participants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then all the participants, they're knowing each other before? No?
No, let's say I do it just to my classroom students, and then I give them the money. Then, all right, I will only talk about the classroom activity in a good way, in a positive way, but in a negative way, they will not talk about it because the money has been received. They will be reluctant to say bad things about that, you know.
Yeah.
So there's a bias, you know, from the students because of the money comes first.
I don't have an experience doing a focus group with the students before, but mostly I'm a focus group with the adult level. And yeah, we didn't talk about the incentive during the focus group discussion. So the most of them, they didn't know that they will get an incentive.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They wouldn't get an incentive. But I give them after finish and complete the focus group discussion. So that's why if we, in my opinion, if we invite them and we said, "Hey, sir, please come to my to participate my focus group discussion. I have some incentive to you. How
Mhm.
about like maybe $100 for
Mhm.
2 hours?" And
Mhm.
then, in my opinion, the invited people will feel, a lot of money, or
Yeah.
not much money. Maybe I don't join.
Mm.
If you are talking about incentives, since you invite them,
Mm.
maybe they have some different expectations for joining this.
Right.
Okay.
So it's better for us to
So
give the
in
incentive after the FGD or the interview.
yeah, especially for the kids, because the kids
Okay.
always talking each other, and then if they know that, oh, you can hire than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do we
That's
have
a
to
problem.
participate, madam? There.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
problem. Okay.
Okay. I think, Mr. Laser, for the question number 4, I
Avoid
already
bias
asked you,
analysis.
about the bias
Yeah.
and
Okay.
objectivity
Me
in the
too. This is
research.
Mm.
one of the problem of the qualitative researchers because during the times that you type or you interpret your recorded information, you, in my opinion, for me, I have to take a break for a while. Like
Okay.
for example, if you finish interview in the morning and then you're doing interpretations in the afternoon, you're
Okay.
feeling your mind still stuck with the information, with the emotion during the time. For me, I will always take a break for 1 or 2 days to do other
Oh,
things.
Mm.
It helps you because when we interpret the data, sometimes we
mm,
always put our own opinion, our own emotion.
Yes.
mm.
Yes.
Mm. In my opinion, take a break for a while, and then it will help you to, okay, I think I would say be neutral.
Oh,
Be
be
neutral
neutral.
for
Okay.
all neutral for all informations you received, and then you type everything based on the fact that you listen.
Mm, mm.
Mostly don't use the word for the quote of the interviewee. You can say that, okay, I feel, and then you put the comma. The first participant said, I feel blah 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 blah. You can put the information words in emotional words in the interviewee quote, but based on your analysis.
Mm.
The
Right.
interview one,
Okay.
the first, the second, the third, and then based on my analysis, it's
Mm.
don't use the word, the emotional words inside
Okay.
Yeah.
to
But sorry
show,
if sorry if I may jump a little bit. I'm sure that every researcher has their own standpoint, so to speak, and then sometimes we have this expected or set goals from this interview analysis, and that may lead us to make some biases, right? Is that true? And it's really difficult for us to separate or detach ourselves and the findings that we got from the interview.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
there any questions?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
for the
Lazar.
answer. Yeah.
Okay. We move to our next questions. It's from Nancy Gemarino, Miss Nancy Gemarino from the Philippines. And the question is, can a study of a particular tribe's language be a phenomenological or other than ethnographic? Which one is better for language, particular tribe's language? I think.
Yeah, this is I think this is the common problems for the qualitative research, because we
Mhm.
cannot distinguish between the phenomenons and the ethnographic as
Yeah,
well.
on the
Oh,
ethnography.
it's I think because based on the definitions of these two words, sometimes it's overlapping each other.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you are doing the phenomenon, that phenomenon or that situation, it should be described in the current
Mm,
times,
okay.
in the current time, because it's happened for a while. Every situation in the society, it's happened for a while, and then
Mm,
it's slowed down. So if you
mm,
want to do the research on the phenomenon, you have to explain at that time it happened because of blah 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 blah. But if you are doing the ethnography, the language of the tribe, you have to track back to the history of them.
I'm sorry, you are muted, Mr. Surasak.
I think you are muted, Mr. Jatawan. Please check your microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know, because I explained and then I got mute. In my opinion, I think yeah, we have to distinguish these two distinguish the times,
Hmm.
the timeline, the durations of doing the phenomenal or the ethnography. But if you are doing the phenomenal explanations, you must use the words at that time that happens of that situation. But if you're doing the ethnography, you must relate it to the past, the present, and then the future, how this group or this ethnographic group are still existing in the future or not. So the time will help you to distinguish these two words. But you can mix it, integrate it to discussion part. In my opinion,
Okay. Mhm.
if I'm doing about the language of the specific group, especially for the tribe people, and then we can talk about the history, a specific
Oh.
history group of that.
Mhm.
It will show the ethnography concept, and then you can explain them, discuss them with the phenomenon. Suppose that language is very popular using it's become a popular words, a slang words for the youngster, the gangster. They use this word. Then you can use that. Okay, it's become popular because of the fact that blah 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 blah, and then you summarize that based on your type of qualitative research, both ethnography and phenomenology. This is the summary answer, and then you can utilize these two selected type to publish. I think it's okay. It helps, but you have to be careful for the time when you explain the
Okay.
qualitative data.
So we can mix the methodology between the
Yeah.
phenomenology or the ethnography based on the timeline we use at the research lab. Okay, okay. Thank you. I think we have come to the end of the question and answer sessions. I'm so sorry for all the participants that not all your questions can be discussed with Dr. Jotarwan. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you so much, Dr. Jotarwan. Yeah, I think all the presentation will be so valuable for us, and I'm sure that this will be an essential knowledge for all the participants today. Okay, before I close these sessions, I would like to inform all the participants that we have the next sessions with topic AI and scientific what is it? It's AI and the scientific use in the research. So before we move to our next sessions, we will have a short break. Okay, thank you so much for all the participants. See you on the next program at UB Short Course. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jotarwan. See you on the next program. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon for all the participants. Now we in topic 6 about the AI era. What is can help you in writing scientific articles? For the speaker, we have Dr. Rizwan. Is Dr. Rizwan with today? What do you
Good
Okay.
afternoon,
Good
Miss Mother.
afternoon. Yes. Okay, for first of all, I will read the Dr. Rizwan TV first. Okay, for our next speaker is Rizwan Septriadi Sianturi, MSc, PhD from Universitas Brawijaya. He is from the Information Technology Study Program, Information System Department, Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Brawijaya. And the first one is he is undergraduate and he alumni from Universitas Brawijaya in Geography. Also for his master degree from the Brawijaya, and for the PhD degree, Dr. Rizwan is graduate from University of Twente in Earth System Analysis. And some of his publication is regarding mapping Riparian zone macroliterature evidence using combination of optical and thermal sensor in 2022, and the role of spatial data to support traffic environmental assessment for general spatial planning, and also in 2022. And for our session, it will be regarding about the AI. There is one, you can start your presentation for about 45 minutes, and we continue with the discussion and question and answer for about 15 minutes. Okay. The script is yours, Dr. Rizwan.
All right, thank you for the introduction, Ms. Made Safitri. Please allow me to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for the moderator and the committee members for allowing me to share some information about how AI can help scholars write scientific articles. Welcome everyone to our presentation entitled AI in Scientific Writing. Today we'll explore how artificial intelligence or AI transforms how scholars write, publish, and communicate their research findings. Well, we are here because AI is not just a buzzword or a distant concept anymore. It is a powerful force reshaping the landscape of academic writing. Whether you are a seasoned scholar or just starting your academic journey, understanding how AI is revolutionizing our academic writing workflows is essential for staying ahead in today's rapidly evolving research environment. Throughout this presentation, we'll uncover the challenges and opportunities that AI presents to us, the scholars. We'll explore how AI is being used as a tool to assist researchers in writing tasks. We'll also discuss the implications of these advancements for future academic writing. Well, here is the outline for the talk today. I'll start with examining the academic writing workflows. Academic writing is a multifaceted process that encompasses research, drafting, editing, and publication. Each stage presents challenges and consideration, which we'll explore in depth. Then I'll continue into the challenges inherent in writing scientific articles. Researchers face numerous hurdles from idea to publication, from synthesizing vast amounts of data to maintaining clarity and coherence. Next, we'll explore the distinction between AI as tools and AI as content generators. AI technologies have transformed academic writing workflows for sure. It serves as both variable tools to assist researchers and as content generators capable of producing even the entire articles. We'll explore these dual roles implication and their ethical considerations. Our next focus will be from engineering. These techniques involve leveraging AI to generate output or suggestion to aid in the writing process. This prompt engineering can range from topic suggestion to sentence completion, offering researchers valuable assistance in overcoming writer's block. We all experience water blocks at one time, I believe, stimulating creativity as well. We will also see some prompt engineering implementation to improve the result generated by generative AI model. Finally, we'll discuss some good practices in using AI tools in academic writing. While AI tools offer significant benefits, using them responsibly and ethically is essential. By the end of our session later, in the next 45 minutes, I hope you'll gain valuable insight into the role of AI in scientific writing and practical strategies for integrating AI tools into your academic writing workflows. Without further ado, let's explore AI in scientific writing. First, I believe we must understand what academic writing workflows mean and why this topic is crucial. Academic writing workflows refer to the scholar's step-by-step process for conducting research, drafting manuscript, editing their work, and sharing it with wider academic community. Each step is essential for producing high-quality research that contributes to the collective body of knowledge in a given field. From the initial spark of an idea to the final publication, researchers navigate a complex and iterative process that requires diligence, perseverance, and a commitment to academic excellence. Every academic writing endeavor starts with an idea, whether it is curiosity-driven inquiry, a response to a gap in existing literature, or a practical problem needs solving. These initial concepts serve as foundation upon which the entire research project will be built. Once the idea is born, researchers must define clear research questions or objectives, outline the scope and methodology of the study, and establish a timeline for completion. This phase often involves preliminary literature reviews to identify existing research and inform the study directions. With the research plan in place, researchers embark on data collection phase. Depending on the nature of the study, this may involve conducting experiments, survey interviews, or archival research for qualitative studies or collecting statistical data for quantitative studies. Researchers must adhere to ethical guidelines and protocols, ensuring the integrity and reliability of data collected. Once the data is gathered, researchers employ various analytical techniques to analyze and interpret the data, to uncover patterns, trends, and insights that address the research questions or objectives. This phase requires careful attention to detail and critical thinking skills to draw valid conclusions from the data. With the analysis complete, researchers then begin drafting the manuscript. This involves organizing findings into coherent narratives, structuring the paper according to academic conventions, crafting clear and compelling arguments to support the research conclusions, and etc. This writing process can involve multiple iterations with revisions made based on feedback from colleges or supervisors. Once the manuscript is drafted, it undergoes a rigorous peer review. As I remember all my peer review process, very long process. Researchers submit their work to scholarly journals, which experts in the field evaluate for quality, originality, and significance. Peer reviewers provide feedback and recommendation for us to revise, ensuring that research meet the standard for academic excellence. Based on the feedback received during the peer review, researchers revise and edit manuscripts to address any reviewer concerns or suggestions. This may involve refining the argument, clarifying language, revising the methodology, incorporating additional evidence to strengthen the research findings. The goal is to produce polished manuscript that is ready for publication. With the revision complete, now we are here. Researchers submit their final manuscript to the chosen journal for publication. The manuscript undergoes final editorial review and formatting before being accepted for publication. Once published, the research becomes part of the scholarly record, contributing to the ongoing dialogue and advancement of knowledge in the fields. Congratulations if some of you or most of you have achieved that stage. And then again, we repeat the same cycle. Academic writing involves a series of interconnected stages. It is like puzzle pieces forming coherent pictures. The challenges are inherent in the process, like what I mentioned in the academic writing workflow slide. Scholars often encounter many obstacles along the way. First, let's talk about research. This is where scholars set sail into the vast ocean of knowledge, exploring existing literature, conducting experiments, and gathering data. Scholars may face challenges of navigating through a sea of information. Also, imagine you are standing at the foot of towering mountain of information. Each data point a tiny piece of the puzzles. We as researchers must shift through this mountain, carefully selecting and synthesizing relevant data to construct a cohesive narrative. This task can sometimes akin to searching for a needle in the haystack, as we researchers navigate through the avalanche of informations, trying to discern the signal from the noise. Once the research phase is complete, scholars move to the drafting stage. This is where raw materials gathered during the research are molded into cohesive narrative. Now imagine sculpting a statue from a block of marble, chiseling away the excess to reveal the beauty within. Similarly, we researchers must sculpt our manuscripts, refining our writing to convey our findings clearly and concisely. However, achieving clarity and coherence in scientific writing is definitely no easy feat. Researchers must balance technical precision and accessibility, ensuring that our message resonates with readers from different backgrounds and expertise levels. We know that for us, many researchers here, English is the lingua franca of scientific communication. However, not everyone, including me, is fluent in English, I believe, leading to communication barriers that can impede the dissemination of research findings. Non-native English speakers may struggle to express themselves effectively, leading to misunderstanding or misinterpretation of their work. I believe you remember when try to convey your idea, maybe while you are doing PhD in English-speaking countries, this kind of experience. Additionally, language barriers can exacerbate disparities in scientific communication, limiting participation of researchers from non-English speaking countries in global scientific discourse. Next comes the editing phase, where the manuscript undergoes a meticulous makeover. Scholars refine their writing, fine-tuning sentences, clarifying concepts, ensuring coherence and consistency throughout the document. Picture walking through a labyrinth, each turn leading you down a different path. Similarly, researchers must navigate the maze of journal submission guidelines, adhering to specific formatting requirements, citation styles, and word limits. This task can be daunting, especially for early career researchers who may be unfamiliar with intricacies of academic publishing. Failure to comply with journal guidelines can result in rejections or delay in publication process, hindering the disseminations of our valuable research findings. Finally, we reach the pinnacle of academic journey, the publication. This is where scholars share their discoveries with the world, contributing to ever-expanding tapestry of human knowledge. Yet, again, the path to publication is fraught with obstacles, from navigating the intricacy of journal submission guideline to facing the daunting task of peer review. Scholars must navigate through a maze of procedures and protocol to see their work in print. If all this left unaddressed, these challenges can have far-reaching implications for the progress and impact of scientific research. Hindered by information overload, clarity issues, journal submission hurdles, and language barriers, we researchers may struggle to communicate our findings effectively. This can stifle innovation, slow down the pace of scientific discovery, and perpetuate inequalities in access to scientific knowledge. However, amidst these challenges lies a glimmer of hope. You know what I mean. By harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, AI technologies, researchers can overcome many of these hurdles, revolutionizing how scientific articles are written, published, and disseminated. As many of you know, artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science that deals with developing intelligent machines capable of performing tasks that typically requires human intelligence. These tasks range from understanding natural language to solving complex problems and mimicking human creativity. AI is like a versatile Swiss Army knife in the toolbox of academic writing, offering a range of functionalities to assist scholars in their research endeavors. But how exactly AI fit into the world of academic writing. That's why we are here today. Imagine AI as a helpful assistant standing by your side as you embark on your writing journey. As tools, AI offers many functionalities designed to streamline and enhance various aspects of academic process. First, let's talk about literature review. AI allows researchers to sift through vast amounts of scholarly literature in a fraction of time it would take manually. AI-powered search algorithms can identify relevant articles, extract key information, and suggest additional sources researchers may overlook. We'll see this implementation later. It's like having a team of diligent librarians at your disposal, tirelessly combing through the stacks to find the needle in the haystack. And let's not forget about language editing. I believe some of you have experienced this powerful function from AI. Writing in a second language can be challenging even for seasoned scholars. Thankfully, AI language editing tools can help bridge the gap, offering grammar, punctuation, style, and clarity suggestions. It's like having virtual writing coach by your side, offering gentle nudges and helpful tips to polish your prose to perfection. Next, we have citation management. Keeping track of references and formatting citations according to specific journal styles can be tedious, and you don't want to do it manually, believe me. AI citation management tools can automatically generate citation, organize references, and ensuring compliance with various citation styles, freeing us researchers from the drudgery of manual citation formatting. Now let's pivot to AI as content generators. Imagine staring at blank screen, the cursor blinking ominously, mocking at our lack of inspirations. We've been all this, writer's block. Then imagine a world where writing manuscript is as simple as pressing a button. With AI as content generators or generative AI, we can easily create content, whether it is text, videos, or images. Generative AI is a subset of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new data, such as images, text, music, or even videos that mimic human-generated content. In other words, it's about teaching machine to generate content that is indistinguishable from content created by humans. Generative AI using technologies or techniques such as deep learning and reinforcement learning. This AI-powered system can produce summaries, abstract, even full manuscript based on input data or prompt provided by researchers. For example, researchers can input key findings, keywords, and desired length into AI systems, and the system generates a concise summary of research findings ready for inclusion in the manuscript or presentation. It's like having a magic wand that transforms raw data into prose with a wrist flick. However, it is important to tread carefully in AI-generated content. While these tools offer unprecedented convenience and efficiency, they also come with limitation and ethical consideration that must carefully considered. We'll see this later in demonstration. For instance, AI-generated content may lack nuanced understanding and critical analysis that human authors bring to their writing. Additionally, there is risk of unintentional bias or inaccuracy creeping into AI-generated text, particularly when dealing with complex and nuanced topics. Furthermore, ethical implications must be considered, such as proper attribution and transparency in disclosing AI-generated content. Hallucinations, some of you might have heard this term, are a common challenge in generative AI, especially with large language models like GPT or generative pre-trained transformers. GPT have the capability to generate human-like text based on input prompts. In the context of generative AI, hallucination refers to the generation of content that is not grounded in reality or lack coherence with the input prompt or context. Hallucination occurs when AI model produce output that contain fabricated or implausible information, often diverging significantly from the input or straying from the intended task. Hallucination can manifest in various forms depending on the type of generative AI. It can be text generation, image generation, or translation. Oops. Next, we'll delve into prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is a strategy used in natural language processing or NLP to design and formulate input prompts that effectively guide AI model to produce desired outputs. Prompt engineering involves crafting instruction in a way that encourages model to generate responses aligned with specific task, goal, and context. Prompt engineering is very important when we are working with large language models such as GPT models, because we need to steer the generation process and ensure the relevance and quality of outputs. Here are some key aspects of prompt engineering. First, context setting. Prompt engineering involves providing context to the model about the task or domain in which it is expected to generate responses. It can include background information, relevant facts, or details about the desired outcome. And then text specification. We need to clearly define the task or objective for the model. This activity, the task specification, can involve specifying whether the model should perform tasks like text generation, summarization, translation, question answering, or sentiment analysis. Then instruction clarity. The prompt should be formulated in a way that is easy for model to understand and follow. Clear and concise constructions can help guide the model generation process and reduce ambiguity in the desired output. Then constraint imposition. We need to impose constraint or requirements on the generated output to ensure that the output meets our criteria. This constraint can include factors like length limitation, stylistic preferences, or content relevance. Next, example-based prompting. We can also provide examples of desired output along with input prompts to the model. This technique can help model learn the pattern and structure expected in its response. This approach can improve the model ability to generate relevant and coherent outputs. And then iterative refinement. Prompt engineering often involves iterative process of refining and adjusting the prompt based on the model responses. This iterative process allows for fine-tuning prompts to better guide the model toward the desired outcomes over time. Here are some tips, for prompt engineering. First tips, the most important one, I think, is do not worry too much about correct prompt. Just start typing your prompt. And then the others, I have explained some. Be specific and clear in your prompt. Break down complex questions into simpler parts. Instead of asking several questions in one chat box, you can divide the questions into several questions and then ask the model to generate output one by one, step by step. And then experiment with different prompt and formulation. Request sources and citation if it is possible. Explore alternative viewpoints. Ask the model for critical thinking and explorations. Here are some combinations you can use. You can use this formula, provide the prompt, the text, for example, provide the roles, tasks, action, goal, context, result, example, steps, before and after, input and format, whether in text, Excel document, PowerPoint, images. We can, for example, this is the formula: role, task, action, and goal. Role: researchers. Task: analyzing data on community resilience to flooding. Most of our examples will be about resilience to flooding. I took this example because I think it is easy, quite easy, yeah, to understand. It means that we need to have ability to, yeah, the definition is quite broad. We need to ability to face, yeah, to survive, to withstand, to bounce back better to hazardous events such as flooding, yeah. And then the action is identify factors influencing researchers, or you are a researcher, you are anything, you are a coder, a programmer, you are an architect. It depends on our task. And then we specify our task for the model to generate outputs. Your task is to analyze data on community resilience to flooding. And then we define the action and the goal. Here is some additional tips. When we interact to the model through the user interface, we must communicate to the model like an intelligent being. Yeah. If it is possible, whether it is not necessary, please also maintain courtesy. Yeah. It will make the conversation fun, like we converse with our friends. So here, some tips. Yeah. I took this from a course in Udemy. The tips: take a deep breath. Let's think step by step. You can do it because I will give you $100, for example. Yeah. We can use this and it will produce better results than just asking, tell me strategies to enhance community resilience. Yeah. We can be more specific. Next is prompt engineering. The reverse prompt engineering. Basically, the idea is to flip the concept of prompt engineering on its head. So we provide the model with the best output we can get. For example, you have good blog posts, you provide that as an example and ask the model to produce prompt based on the examples. We can use this for images also and other inputs. So basically start with the text. If text is the input, explain to the model that you are a reverse engineer, or the model should produce later a prompt for the text provided, and then ask the model to generate prompt. And then this is in our side, we can revise the prompt after implementing it. And then we can also, again, this is an iterative process, apply the prompt. Yeah. So after the prompt is generated, we can apply it directly, and then we can try to refine it. So this is an iterative process. Here are some techniques that we can use for prompt engineering. There are so many techniques. Sometimes it is difficult to follow, but after it is like skills. Yeah, after applying it several times, we get a glimpse, we get experience how to do it. So basically, even if we find difficulties, if we are unsure, just ask ChatGPT for the appropriate prompt or do the reverse engineering. We'll see some ideas behind these techniques in the next slide. So first is zero-shot prompting. Zero-shot prompting is normally what we do, we just instruct the model to perform tasks without any additional example to steer the model. Just type anything in the chatbot, in the chat box, yeah. And then few-shot prompting, it is a technique to enable in-context learning where we provide demonstration in the prompt to steer the model to better performance. So we just provide an example to the model, and the model can produce results following the examples. Next is chain of thought. There are several types of chain of thought, or COT. This is the idea for chain of thought. For the standard prompting, The model might produce wrong result while doing calculations. For example, Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buy 2 more cans of tennis ball. Each can has 3 tennis ball. So 2 times 3, it should be 6 plus 5, it should be 11. This is the examples. But after we provide the question, the answer is incorrect. So we tell the model how to perform the calculation by providing examples, and then after learning from the examples, the model can produce a correct answer. And then there is a few short chain of thought. Again, the same, we provide examples, and the model can produce the correct answer. If the reasoning task is not too difficult, we can just change the step-by-step calculation using this word. Let's think step by step, the one that I mentioned in the previous examples. And then there is auto demos one by one, also belong to chain of thought category. Basically, it is the same, and you can see complete examples about this chain of thought prompting in paper of Wei, Kojima, and Zhang et al. Or you can also visit these 2 websites. They will provide examples and complete explanations for all techniques I provided in the previous slides. Now let's see some demonstrations. Yeah. So basically, before we start, because the example is about resilience, in this case, I will do example based on resilience to extreme heat events. I'm sorry. So let's see some explanation. I type, please explain resilience to extreme heat events. I hope you can see my screen. I will enlarge it. So resilience to extreme events refers to the capacity of individuals, communities, and systems, individual, community, and systems to anticipate, withstand, respond, recover from the impacts of high temperature and heat waves. So this is the definition of resilience to extreme heat events. So we can follow the conversation that we'll see together. It encompasses a range of adaptive strategies, policies, interventions, so all things that can make this unit of analysis to anticipate, withstand, respond, recover from the impacts of hazardous events. Yeah. So resilience, for example, resilience community can maintain normal functioning in the event of extreme heat events, or adapt so that it can function normally. There are many key aspects to resilience. This is provided by the model. Yeah, starting from preparedness and awareness, infrastructure and urban design, public health and social support, policy and governance, community engagement and participation. So this is a new account. I just made this new ChatGPT 5. So to be fair, yeah, and ChatGPT 3.5 free for everyone. So let's start from, to avoid problem due to internet connections or other delay, so I just type this directly. So if you see 2, it means I refine it 1 time. Yeah. So 3 means I refine it 2 times. So good morning, you are an experienced researchers. This is the role. So I've done this topic. I think I start during my master degree. It is about adaptive capacity to flooding, and after that, the resilience terminology spreads, yeah, due to changing climate and other hazardous events. And
Dr.
then
Rizwan, I
yeah,
apologize to interrupt. We still have 10 minutes left for your presentation.
Thank you very much for the reminder.
Yes.
So we type here, I want to conduct research about something. Yeah, and then I'm new to the topic. Can you give suggestion about the current state of the art for the topic? Take a deep breath. Let's think step by step. I believe you can do it. And then the model provided me with some topic. Yeah. And then after reading these topics, I think I am interested in factors influencing the resilience to extreme heat events. This is number 2. Yeah. Can you give me suggestions on current research gap? And then it provides some suggestions deeper. Yeah. This technique called knowledge generation. And then after reading the output, I said, I'm interested in investigating the effectiveness of long-term resilience strategies versus short-term interventions. This is number 2 again. And then can you provide suggestion on current research gap? So basically to start research, we need topic. Yeah. In this case, I already have a very general, very broad topic, and then I dig deeper into the topic. And then I'm asking for suggestion research gaps. There are longitudinal studies, comparative analysis, cost benefit, community perception engagement, equity, adaptive capacity, and so on. I'm interested in comparative study, which is number 2 again. Can you suggest 3 cities in Java island, Indonesia, where I can do my study? So during typing this, I think the next thing comes to my mind is the study area. Java Island, it gives suggestion of Jakarta and the reasons, Surabaya and the reasons, because I asked for this reasons, and Yogyakarta. And then I respond, I want to focus on Surabaya. Do you have specific information about this? Any information is very important to know. And then I told the model, you are an expert in this topic. I will buy you an ice cream. Thank you for the vote of confidence. And then it explains some ideas about this in Surabaya city where I can explore. I asked for the internet links. Yeah. However, I cannot click the link because GPT 3.5, the model is not connected to the internet. Yeah, we access it through internet, but the model is not connected to the internet. However, if we go for premium version, it can provide also suggestions from the internet, so more up to date. And then here are some ideas I can explore: green infrastructure development, climate responsiveness, urban planning, community-based adaptation. And for the short-term intervention, heat wave early warning system, cooling center, heat health action plan, so the action plans. And then I asked for important journal articles and conference paper. And it provides the journal articles. Yeah. After checking these articles, no one is real. So this paper is not exist. Yeah. So, so unfortunately, the ChatGPT 5 doesn't have the ability to produce real papers, even though. So this is called hallucination. Yeah. To answer our request, it produce fake results. Yeah. I said, I'm sorry, but most articles not exist, but thank you for your efforts. And then the model asked me to explore in this search engine and databases. And then I go deeper. I want to create research paper related to comparative study about the topic. Should I select sub-district or cities as unit analysis? So we can interact with the model, asking anything comes to our mind. And then it provides some reasons for selecting the unit analysis. For example, if my research aim is focusing in specific urban area, then subdistrict is the appropriate unit of analysis. However, if I seek for overall resilience performance, and then I should select different cities. Then I continue. I think I will compare Jakarta and Surabaya after reading the results. So I select another city as comparison. And I promise to buy the model a pair of swimsuit because of the heat events. Yeah. I ask for some consideration. It gives me some indicators or some parameters to consider: geographic and climate differences, urbanization, socioeconomic characteristics. So basically the model compare these two cities. Thank you. Then after understanding all these backgrounds, I want to start make the research proposal. You are assistant researchers model. Can you create a draft for the introductions? We can ask the model to create full paper for us. But for sure, we need, as an author, we should not rely on generative AI to generate any papers for us. We should rely on our skills. Yeah, we try hone our skills and we use generative AI as tools to improve our productivity. So take a deep breath. This time I will buy sunscreen. Thank you for the promise. And then it produces the title, introduction, the draft, the research gap, and the study objectives. It gives me 5 study objectives. Yeah. Thank you for that. And I asked the model to elaborate the introduction section. It provides me all things needed for the introduction section, including the research aim. And also I asked for the bibliography. And then I add something here. Yeah, I want to assess the trend of heat extreme event using remote sensing data as the first objective. And then I assess the effectiveness of resilience strategy, second objectives. And the third, I want to see whether the strategy bear results after analyzing the remote sensing data only. Can you include that in the introduction? And then it seems that the introduction is not improved. Yeah, there is no theory about remote sensing data here, and the relationship with the strategy, previous studies is not included. However, it improves the research aim and objectives. Yeah, I can start with this. And then I ask for draft for research method sections divided into data collection, analysis, and validation subsections. Then it provides me some text needs. Details has been provided by previous presenters. Thank you for that. The qualitative and quantitative data. And then the data validation. And then I ask who are the respondents for my primary data collections. And then what kind of remote sensing data specifications should I use for the analysis? It gives me some considerations. And what tools I can use to analyze the remote sensing? It gives me some tools. This is license. This is free, open source. This is open. This is free. This is license. And then I choose Google Earth Engine and I ask for codes, some codes. It can generate me codes. But after implementing this code, we will see whether the code is correct or not. If it is incorrect, we can ask the ChatGPT again to revise the code. Yeah, just do the process iteratively. And then I also ask another code to detect the trend. Yeah. And then I ask for providing study area descriptions. It helps me, to start. So I can explain the geography, population, economy, climate, on infrastructure. I can also make a table. However, in GPT 3.5, I believe it doesn't support table, but in higher version, paid version, it can create tables. And then I asked to make abstract based on all above discussions. It produced me an abstracts. I asked for at most 20 to 50 words maximum. And then I asked 10 appropriate keywords. I do typos here. However, ChatGPT still understand. So don't worry about the grammar or linguistic in using this model. Just state our goal in the prompt. It gives me 10. And then I ask for titles. If I'm not happy with the title, I can ask and to regenerate the titles. And then I ask, finally, this is the last. I ask other important things to include in my research proposal that I missed from our discussion above. And it gives me so many suggestions, literature review, conceptual framework. Yes, it is true. Yeah, I need to improve the research question, approach, ethical considerations because of the primary data, timeline and work plan because this is proposal, and budget, outcomes, dissemination plan, the journal probably, or the conferences, and then some risk management. So this is some examples of how using, in this case, generative AI, particularly ChatGPT, to help us to increase our productivity. And then after copying results, I can go to, for example, here, Google Doc, and I can install the Grammarly extension, and Grammarly can help us in revising English grammar or writing. Yeah. Yeah. See, again, we need to make sure that this grammar checker application produce results according to our goals. Yeah.
Dr.
And
Rizal,
then,
I apologize. The time is already up. Maybe you can
okay,
complete
can
your
you give me
presentation.
5 more minutes?
Okay, it's okay. Fine.
Okay, 5 more minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can use this size space, to get the real papers, the real conference paper or article papers, and it can also produce suggestions here, show more like selected, and then we can add some columns, so it can produce the results based on content of the paper. You can use this website, SciSpace or Elicit. There are so many also comparisons of these tools in the YouTube. Okay, and then after inspecting each article, we can cite this in our paper here again. So this is really a draft. So this is not the final paper. This is really a draft. We need to improve it so many times so it really get our message across. Then I'll continue to my presentation. Okay. So we have seen that generative AI holds significant potential to enhance various aspects of academic research process. This is the goal for us, authors, readers, reviewers, editors, contributions. It is a tool to increase our productivity, to improve our quality and quantity of research paper, But at the same time, we need to maintain transparency and trust. So generative AI can contribute to transparency by providing tools for open access to data and code, facilitating reproducibility and verification of results. AI also can help us in detecting and preventing plagiarism. So by promoting transparency and trust among authors, readers, reviewers, editors, and contributors, generative AI can foster a culture of openness and collaboration in an academic community. So these are some good practice I took from the Elsevier policies and standards. So first, authors are responsible and accountable for contents of the work, including AI-generated contents. Only use AI to improve readability. AI does not replace us as authors. All work exposed to AI should be reviewed and edited carefully. We must disclose the use of AI, and a statement will appear in the published work. For example, this is the statement, the format for the statement. We are not listing AI as an author or co-author, nor cite AI as an author. We are not using AI to create or alter image in the submitted manuscript. Also, it is suggested not using AI in the production of artwork. We must provide pre-AI adjusted version of images if we use that in our work. We need to adhere to policies and ensure correct content attribution. And we need to be aware of characteristic of AI. So we need to use the tools, yeah, and then see what the limits and potentials. The use of AI should be described in reproducible manner in the meta section. Spelling and grammar checkers normally. Also, references can be used without disclosure. So for conclusion, scholar can use AI as tools to enhance resource accessibility, productivity, and academic quality. We can harness the power of prompt engineering to improve the quality of AI-generated outputs, but we must aware and update about policies related to AI in publication, and we take full responsibility for AI-generated content uses. And in the end, we must firmly maintain integrity, transparency, and trust in academic writing and publishing. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry for the time delay.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Rizwan. Okay, for the participant, if you have any question, you can use the feature raise hand or you can write on the chat box. So we have one question in here from Mr. Lasser. Can we use Microsoft Copilot to help us analyze and explain our ideas? Sometimes I get stuck in developing an idea into some paragraphs and then I need an AI to do so. Does this fall under the category of plagiarism, despite knowing that the ideas are mine? So maybe from Dr. Rizwan, you can answer the first question. Or maybe another participant, you can write your question in the chat box while waiting for the answer from Dr. Rizwan. Hello, Dr. Rizwan?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is and we have one question from
Yes, please.
our chat box. Yeah. Mr. Lesser asks, can we use Microsoft Copilot to help us analyze and expand our ideas? And does this fall under the category of plagiarism, despite knowing that the ideas are mine?
So thank you for the question, Lasser. So we can use for sure Copilot. So Copilot is a model by OpenAI, if I'm not mistaken. We can use that to analyze and expand our ideas. Yeah. So it can help us to address the writer blocks. So Copilot has been powered by AI. So we can, and it already use GPT-4 model. And it can generate images. Yeah, it is much stronger than GPT 3.5. So about the plagiarism, so after the AI producing results for you, and then you carefully read the results. Yeah, yes, the idea start from us, and then we type it in a prompt, and then it produces results. And then the results, we don't know the source of the results generated by the AI. So we as authors really need to carefully take the output of the AI. And then, of course, the source of the output from the AI comes from data trained to the AI. So the source of the data for the AI is from the internet, open public. Second is the license data bought by the company, and third is input out we provide in the chat box. So it comes from somewhere out there, but we don't know. So that's why we still need provide citations.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
Sebastian, any further question regarding the answer? It's okay.
Yeah, I think that's clear that we have to cite and it's citations and be responsible for the citations offered in the chat box of the AI Copilot. Thank
Yes,
you.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, for the second question is for Mr. Faiz Suprikan. He asked, when you cite space, how confident can we be about the information provided? Is there a chance we'll be hallucinate in the table?
Yes. It is a start, yeah. So every output produced by AI is a draft. So we need again to check whether the answer is correct or not. But for sure, answers provided by AI is not fact. It is a plausible answers. So AI produce result based on the most possible next token, next word. So it is a plausible answers, not the fact. So that's why AI maybe cannot understand a nuanced topic, yeah, or something that need creativity. So again, after getting the results, please check again, yeah. And sometimes because papers format is different from one journal article to another article, maybe that also influence the results provided by the site space.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So by this means, when we whenever we have the answer from the AI, we still need to confirm the answer first, whether it's hallucinate or not, whether it's just a correct answer or it's just a plausible answer, whether it maybe did not possible in the reality. It's like correct is totally right. We cannot just take it for granted the answer from the AI itself. You still have to
Yes,
doing some works by confirm the data is correct or not. It's like that.
yeah, I agree. We
Yeah.
need to verify every output produced by AI models.
Okay. Okay, for the third question is from some Adela Balvin, and he asked about, since you have mentioned that using AI can be declared in the manuscript, is there any common ground among journal to fully accept the paper, knowing that it's AI aided parts in the manuscript?
So nowadays, increasingly academic institutions, publishing companies, journals, and conferences have provided policies about the use of AI or AI-assisted tools in the manuscripts. So we need to be flexible and consult those policies. Yeah.
Maybe for the last question, and we're able to from Mark Nalani and Sylviana Devi. What percentage is considered acceptable for manuscript when it undergoes an AI checker? And also the next question is about, will the result will be the same if we type the same question but from different people and other AI tools?
So for Mark Nanali, thank you for the questions. So the percentage considered acceptable is again different from institutions. For example, in some conference for example in Universitas Brawijaya, the plagiarism is 25% most when using that's That's the information I know when we use some software like Turnitin or Authenticate. So it is 25%. So it depends on, again, the institution. And for Sylviana and Dewi, will the result same if we type the same questions? Again, because the results of AI is plausible, the most probable words. The main idea is the same, but the main idea is the same, but the content might be different. Yeah, slightly different. Again, the results depend on the data used to train the model. So model with billions of parameter is likely to produce more, what is it called? Yeah, plausible results again. Correct results. Yeah. But again, so if we delve deeper, sometimes we do not want to use models with billion parameters because the model will be slow. Yeah. If we use model with adequate parameters, it will be fast. Like GPT 3.5 is fast, and at some point we need to be expert in our field. Yeah. So we use AI as tools. Yeah. And then if we are not improving our skills, we cannot justify whether the output is correct or wrong. Again, so for example, last time I conversed with my friend, he's been experiencing, he's been a photographer for several years, and we together we produce images, photograph images from AI, and he said there's something missing, but he cannot explain. So yeah, something like that.
Okay, thank you for the answer and for your presentation. So we can make a conclusion whether the AI is we can use as a tool, not as the one who write the paper for us. So however we use the AI, we have use it wisely, and we need to always confirm whether the data that provided by AI is correct, or maybe is something that not exists. Yeah. Okay. So about the question regarding the PPT from the and on the PPT from Dr. Rizwan, all the material and all the certificate will be sent to the participant email by the end of the online course session. So please patiently waiting. Maybe the committee will be sent to you on Thursday or on Friday. Okay. Thank you so much for Dr. Rizwan for your time and your presentation. I hope the material is fruitful for all of us. And thank you for all the participants that joined with us this evening. So good afternoon, and we see you again in another opportunity. After this, we will continue to the next session. But before that, we will have the short break. Thank you, Dr. Rizwan. Thank you all.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
You all have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Still work? Okay. Well, good afternoon. We have come to the final session of today. You have so far learned about quantitative and qualitative research, and also the use of AI in scientific articles and scientific writing and publication. Now we are going to the fourth topic, which is about the basic or fundamentals of scientific publishing. And for this session, I will be your moderator. And acting as the speaker of this session is my good friend Johan Zhang. He is the representative of Elsevier Southeast Asia. Good afternoon, Johan. Are you here already?
Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon. Nice to see you here again. Okay. Well, Johan, this is without further ado because we already are in the late afternoon here in Indonesia. So we better start our session today. And you have about 60 minutes time to present your materials. Please, time is yours, Johan.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, hopefully you're still awake for the last session. This is going to be a hopefully not a difficult job for me. As mentioned, my name is Johan Jang. I'm Customer Success Manager from Elsevier in Southeast Asia, and I'll be speaking in multiple sessions. So this is the first session for me, but then tomorrow and the next day, when you join, you will see me multiple times, and hopefully you will not get tired of me. So I'm representing Elsevier, and thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you so much for collaborating with us. And I've seen so many people from multiple countries joining. So thank you so much for also supporting this initiative from Brawijaya. Yeah, so what I'm going to do for my part is, since we are a publishing company, we are very well known as a publishing company, we are going to focus more on publishing side. Yeah, because in research, we know that there is a research side, the writing part, the experiment, writing, you learn about AI just recently. And then there's another section, which is also a very important part of the whole journey, and that is about publishing. So my focus is going to be introducing you to the world of academic publishing. Today, the next day, and then the day after, it's all about how to best prepare yourself for publishing your paper. Yeah, it's not a very common knowledge, and there's not so much. There's not so many institutions out there that I know, especially in Indonesia, that focus or share this type of information. So hopefully it can help you. So now, since I know that this is the last session, I didn't want to give you a very heavy topic. It's the basic stuff. It's the foundational stuff. Hopefully it will not bore you, but hopefully it can give you some insights about publishing. And then tomorrow, you can have a much better view on more in-depth understanding of publishing. Yeah. So let me share my screen. Yeah. And then I'll make sure that we have enough time for question and answer as well. Okay, let me go to the full screen. Yeah. Sorry. So for my first session, it's about fundamentals of academic publishing. The very basic stuff that we might already know, yeah, but still hopefully some insights can be provided. Okay, so just to quickly go through, yeah. So I would start with the understanding that there is a main challenge in academic publishing. And the main challenge for Elsevier in academic publishing is sometimes, yeah, when we talk about publishing our paper, we jump too fast into the technical how-to. Yeah, meaning that we talk about research ethics, we talk about predatory journals, we talk about, let's say, publishing with AI, or we talk about all the details about open access, subscription model, and so on. We go into that. Yeah, for sure we go into that. But even before we try to tap into all this technical know-how, yeah, in publishing, we need to have a very basic understanding. For me, for us, yeah, it's about understanding why we need to publish. Yeah, why we need to publish become such a big issue, because what we've seen in academic communities, yes, especially for students, there's a gap, there's a huge gap in publishing and in academic publishing. Yeah. When we don't start with why we have to publish our paper, why you have to spend years, yeah, making your research paper and publish it, when we don't have the right reason, then we can have our own negative assumption. Yeah, we can have our own wrong perceptions about publishing paper. Some can say that, okay, I publish my paper just because it is a must for me, so I can graduate. Yeah. Okay, fine, we can accept that. But that's still okay. That's not ideal, but that's still okay. But sometimes we can see we hear some negative perception. Like, okay, I published my paper just because my university make me have to publish it for the sake of my salary, for the sake of my job. If I don't do this, if I don't publish paper, yeah, every year, let's say 3 papers, 4 and so on, then it's my job on the line. Then difficult perception cycle that needs to be that we need to break. But then that's the reality. We can have all the wrong reasons to publish our paper. Yeah, we could have a limited view on the impact of publishing in journal. Hopefully this not happen in other countries, but since I'm from Indonesia myself, there's so many negative perceptions out there that when we publish in journal, there is nothing that we can gain out from it. Yeah, we just publish, we pay APC, we pay X amount of dollars to publishers. We without clear idea on why this whole cycle matters, why we have to spend our money, energy, and so on, and publish in academic journal. So we have that very limited view. We don't clearly understand reasons why this matter. And the worst thing is that we actually could minimize the value of science. Yeah, we understand for sure that when we do our work, yeah, it's not we are writing for, let's say, a blog post or a social media post, right? We are writing, we are creating science. Yeah, we are creating something new for the world. Yeah, and our contributions can really matter. But when we don't have that right mindset to publish, then we actually minimize the value of science for the greater good. Yeah, so that's why we need to understand, we need to start with why. Okay, so then the main questions, yeah, why we have to publish? Yeah, so what are more idealistic reason why publishing our research matter? Okay, it has the visibility and impact of academic paper, yeah, can actually be very beneficial for at least 4 stakeholders. Yeah, number one, for ourselves as a researcher, yeah, because I myself, I'm a researcher. Yeah, so it can give impact to us as a researcher. It can give impact to institution, yeah, your own institution, impact to the country, and impact to science. Yeah, so let me begin with impact to us as a researcher. When we publish our research paper, yes, I can understand there is a mechanism in place that makes us must publish our paper, right? But if we look at from more idealistic point of view, impact to researcher, it's actually much more than just for salary or for us to graduate. Yeah, we actually show how good we are as scholars. Yeah, as somebody that has a university degree, right? We are being trusted We learn so many things in our university, in our education. Yeah. So it shows that we as a researcher, we as a scholar, we provide something to the world. We provide we provide science to the world. Yeah. And it's also good for our career. Yeah, not just for our salary, but actually good for our career. We can meet so many new people. Yeah, we can be expert in a certain fields. Yeah, it open up so many doors when when we start publishing our paper, especially in reputable journal. Now, it's also good for our institution. Yeah, if you are from Brawijaya, it's good for Brawijaya. If you are from other institutions, it will be good. Not just in terms of ranking. Yeah. Of course, when you publish in academic journal and reputable journals, it can help the university to have better ranking globally, nationally, and also globally. But more than just ranking, it shows that institution also contribute to humanity, right? It gives you it gives the institution a stand that we as a university, we're not just a big building with lots of students, but there's nothing really that we contribute to science, right? To humanity. So that is more what we want to achieve. Now, impact to country. Yeah, we want our country to also contribute to the greater good, right? When we publish something, then people, and this is a very good research, then people will acknowledge, oh, that vaccine, that drugs, that the theory, that formula, from certain country, from Indonesia, from Philippines, from India, and so on, right? So people will acknowledge that. And then the most important would be impact, of course, for scientific community, to science, to the development of theory, to development of multiple products out there, and it can again bring benefits to humanity. That's actually our mission as well in Elsevier, is for the benefits of humanity. So we want to make sure that anything that we publish, we publish with the clear and in mind that we want our work to provide benefits to humanity in whatever subject, from agriculture, engineering, psychology, you name it. That's we have our own contribution that we can provide. Okay, so what we publish, we publish science. We don't publish knowledge. So this is just to give a very clear idea. We don't publish knowledge, we publish science. So what's the difference? This is a bit of philosophical definition. There's a difference between publishing knowledge and publishing science. So knowledge, is everyday's understanding on various contexts in humans' life without empirically proven experiments and review by experts. That's knowledge. Meanwhile, science is empirically proven and accepted knowledge due to scientifically approved methodology in place to test and evaluate. So what it means is we don't publish knowledge is because knowledge is not with scientifically proven experiment. There is no review process by expert. Not that knowledge can be will be wrong. Knowledge sometimes can be right as well, but since there is no scientific method, there is no review, we can question knowledge. But for science, since we follow through scientifically approved method, we test, it's being evaluated by expert, we can trust science more. It doesn't mean that science we cannot debate, right? That's something common, but we can trust science more because of the scientifically approved methodology when we are writing our research, right? So we just need to have this in mind, that our contribution is not for knowledge, our contribution is for scientific development. Yeah, so I can say, let's say, yeah, based on experiment, yeah. Sorry, based on experience, yeah. Let's say I work in a company for 10 years. I know the in and out of the company. I know the in and out of the industry. I have lots of knowledge about this industry, right? But that's knowledge. That's not yet proven scientifically that what I know, yeah, is something that is science. Yeah, because I haven't passed it. I haven't make it as a paper. I haven't published anything about my knowledge. Yeah, so that needs to be proven through science. So we need to be very well aware that we are not in knowledge business. We are actually in science. Yeah. Okay. So there are multiple types of documents that we can publish. Yeah, so these are all scientific documents. Yeah, number one, that's the most common, is we can publish original research article. Yeah, so for original research articles, we publish full-length paper, usually around 8,000 to 10,000 words. Can be a little bit more. It depends on the journal, but more or less it will be around 8 to 10,000. That's original research article. This is a common, very common type of article. It's you do the experiment, you write the paper, and then you publish it. But then, beside original research article, we can also publish discussion paper. Yeah. So for discussion paper, it's it's about the topic. We discuss about the topic, a hot trending topic, yeah, with multiple views on this topic. But still, it's not like we are. It's not the same as providing comments on social media, yeah. Because in discussion paper, when we say our own understanding about this topic, we need to back our argument with scientific articles. Yeah, so it becomes a scientific discussion. It's not a discussions in the comment box in a social media post. Yeah, and then we can also publish case report. So case report, yeah, this is mostly for if you are coming from medical, from health science, you know that sometimes you can see document published and it's called case report. It shows, for instance, like a rare or a clinical presentation, a certain case about a certain symptoms or disease. Yeah, so that is that can be part of the scientific paper as well. Now, next is review paper. Sometimes you will find this. Yeah, so when you open a database, yeah, like Science Direct and all, and then you see there's a review paper. Yeah, so review paper is a paper written by expert. So not everyone can make review paper. Yeah, it's by invitation. So let's say if you're already an expert in a certain field, and then the editor of the journal, they see you and they think, okay, you are very good in this topic. Yeah, I want to create a special issue, or I want to create my next volume, and I want to have review paper for this topic ABC. Then I can invite you as an editor. I invite you to write review paper. Yeah, so you can criticize, you can comment on the development of the topic. Yeah, so that's something that we can find as well. Now, we can also do book review. For book review is when you, it's not that we read one book and then we make book review. Yeah, so a book review means that we read several books. Yeah, several books, similar topic. Yeah, if possible, exactly the same topic, right? And then you put your own analysis. After you're reading a couple of books, you put your own analysis, your original analysis, of course, backed by scientific articles, yeah, to analyze, yeah, to come into a conclusion about that particular topic based on multiple books, yeah. And lastly, conference proceeding. Yeah, so conference proceedings, they are collections of papers, yeah, and then they were presented at an association's conference or meetings. You can find so many conferences out there. Yeah, it's to be honest, it's much easier than publishing original research article. So these are some common types of documents. There are other types, but I will not go through everything. Most common will be original research article, and then the rest are other types of documents that you can also find. Okay. Now, the last part, it's about what is the since maybe most of you are students, maybe some faculty members also join. I'd just like to share what's the difference in writing and publishing your thesis or dissertation. And this can work also if you're undergraduate. So thesis can be for undergrad and also for graduate students, and your dissertation versus publishing journal article. Okay, so first thing first is that we are not publishing our thesis or dissertation. Your thesis and dissertations can be very thick, can be more than 100 pages. Now, so a thesis or dissertation, it's a document of academic nature, meaning that it's more detailed in content. There's so many information that you write and then you publish under thesis or dissertation. Now, a journal article, it's much shorter. It highlights only key points. So you can publish your thesis, but you have to make it way shorter, only the key points based on your thesis or dissertation. Now you can convert your thesis and dissertation into journal article by following these steps. Number one is to identify the best journal for your work. So I think the most important thing is once you have your thesis ready, your dissertation ready, right? Before you even translate, make a summary out of it, and so on, try to go into search engine and try to find journals, journal candidates for you to publish later on. Really understand the journal aim and scope, the journal acceptance criteria, everything about that journal or multiple journals that you target. Now, after that, then you need to make your thesis or dissertation with similar format based on your targeted journal. So you need to shorten the length of your thesis. How short it is, look at the journal. If the journal say maximum 8,000 words, then you have to make it maximum 8,000 words, right? If you find a journal that say, okay, 12,000 is still okay, then make it maximum 12,000, right? And then reformat your introduction as an abstract. It needs to be very concise. Then you need to modify the introduction, because sometimes in a thesis or dissertation, because I also teach and I can understand that in thesis or dissertation, your introductions can be very detailed. Can have so many data, from website, from articles, from news site, and so on. Now that cannot work in journal article. You have to make sure that only the most important, the most significant data is presented in the introduction part. And you also need to tighten the methods section. In social science, for instance, there can be so many formula that you use, especially in quantitative, for instance, right? Can be so many formula that you use to try to prove, to try to explain to the audience that you understand the method. Now, for journal article, the editor and reviewer, they will have a few that you already understand the method. What you need to do is just to describe formula that you use, to describe how you get into that sample, for instance. So make it tight, and then report the main findings in the results section, and the discussions should be clear, should be concise. And I think one of the not secret, but one of our recommendation is limit the number of references. Now, for us in Elsevier, it's not really the battle of how many references you use. I've seen a lot of Q1 articles only use 9 references, 12, 15, right? It's not really about how many references you use, but it's about the quality of your references. Q1 article published using 9 references, that's possible. I've seen it myself, but when we open those references, it really connect with what you are trying to say. Yeah. So rather than using like, I don't know, 100, 200 references, but if we really go deep into every reference that you use, either it's not really connect with what you are trying to say, or it's not, it has nothing to do with your research paper. Yeah. So I know that maybe some universities, they have a minimum number of references that you need to use. Yeah, and that's fine. That's for your thesis or dissertation. But for the journal article, make sure that your references really connect with your research article. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's my sharing. Again, it's short, but hopefully it's still insightful. This is still just my first session. Tomorrow there will be multiple sessions, and there will be many things that we going to cover, like open access, predatory journals, research ethics. Let's go into the details. Yeah, and feel free for now, if you have any questions, any inquiries, feel free to ask. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Johan, for the wonderful introduction before our long journey with you tomorrow and also the day after tomorrow. Yeah, okay. But you have added some insightful knowledge for us, yeah, especially for those who are still new at the publication business, yeah, for academics. You have mentioned that it is very important to start with the correct why we should make a scientific publication. It is, yes, in Indonesian context, we are obliged to publish scientific articles, yeah, even not once a year, but every semester we have to have scientific publication, yeah, and the highest prestige is for journal publication. But despite the fact that we are burdened with that kind of task, we have to still remember that the kind of scientific publication that we produce will be useful for science and only for and also for mankind. So we have to be very careful with the kind of research that we are doing, because it will have influence, yeah, and impact to the whole life. And also, Johan mentions about the types of papers. Yeah, actually, this is something that Professor Andriani yesterday have mentioned. But now it is the publisher itself that says that there are so many types of papers that we can produce, not only research paper, but also some review paper, literature review paper, and also we have book review and proceedings. So we have some other options rather than research article. And finally, you mentioned about the difference and how to reformat the thesis and dissertation to article journals, because this is something that most masters and doctoral degree students are experiencing. Yeah, they have to publish the results of the research on their thesis and dissertation into scientific articles. All right, so this is just an introduction, ladies and gentlemen. And tomorrow we will have more topics on publication. And now we have come to the question and answer session. I see that there are some comments and questions here. Let's start with Ari Prati. Oh, this is my other good friend. Well, of course, you are all of my good friends, but Miss Ari Prativi is a doctoral degree student, yeah, in University of Queensland. He's a lecturer in psychology in our university. She asked to Johan, what if we have one study in thesis and separate it into some articles? For example, I have one model with 7 variables. May I develop some articles based on 2 to 3 different variables for each articles? What do you think, Johan?
Yeah, okay. There will be more detailed explanations on this, but what you're trying to say here is we need to be careful of what we call as salami slicing. So salami slicing is a research ethics gray area. Yeah, meaning that yes, sometimes we can have 7 variables, 10 variables, and so on. And then there is a perceptions out there. Okay, let's split these variables. Don't publish using 7 variables in one go. You can create 2, 3 research papers out of this. Now, for salami slicing, the way it works is it's actually not allowed to do that if you share the same hypothesis and the same reason for that article to exist. Yeah, so what it means is that if there's a rule, okay, not really a rule, but an ethical standards that if you create research, it has to be complete. It needs to provide the researcher with a holistic point of view, right? So if you split your research into parts, but actually these parts are some of something bigger, then that's salami slicing. Unless what you split, each section, they have a different reasons why that variable exists, why that variables need to be researched. It's not sum of larger part. That is still okay. Yeah, so I can give you some more samples on which one can be called as salami slicing, which one can be still okay, which one is still gray area, in more details later. Yeah. But we just need to be careful with this.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. When it is separated into different articles, of course, they become a new creation, right? So you have to be careful with the completeness or the wholeness of the article, which it should stand by itself, not related to the other separated articles, right? Okay. Thank you for the question, Ms. Ari, and also Johan for the response. Now we come to the next question. This is quite long, from somebody named Laser. Is this a real name or? Okay, he or she has 3 questions. Let me read the first question first. This is about publishing company. It is a big business entity that taps into researchers or academicians. Is it possible that article publications become free of charge in the future? Okay, how do you respond this as a representative from the huge publisher?
Okay. Well, actually, traditional publishing, it's actually give you free of charge. Yeah, that's why we know there's a subscription model, there's open access model. So open access is actually it's a newer model, compared to subscription. Yeah. So if you ask Elsevier, for instance, right, do we provide free without APC to publish in our journals? Absolutely. Yeah, we have more subscription journal than open access, even though our open access is also growing because of some researchers also want to publish under open access model. So yeah, from our side, we do provide more than 2,700 journals that you can choose. And out of these 2,700 journals, most of them, they're actually free of charge. Okay, so you can go to Science Direct, you can go to Elsevier, you can check our journals. Yeah, there are some journals that's hybrid. Hybrid means that we give you option. If you want to publish subscription, okay. If you want to publish open access, that's also fine. And we don't treat subscription and OA article differently, meaning that it doesn't mean that since you pay, then you get special treatment or you get fast track. There's nothing of such. Yeah, so we make sure that we safeguard the whole scientific process. Yeah.
Okay, yes. I think you will discuss further about this tomorrow, yeah, so that the audience will understand the difference between open access and non-open access. All right, and okay, Laser also raised another issue that there is a gap that only wealthy institutions or individuals can subscribe to well-known, reputable international journals, and this will create disparity or gap in access to scientific knowledge and information. Yeah, how do you respond to this issue?
Okay. without getting too much into details, I can for sure tell you that there's a huge price difference also between in subscribing to journals, yeah, for underdeveloped, developing, and developed countries. Yeah, so we make sure that there is a price gap, yeah, to ensure that, for instance, like in Indonesia, the price for subscription is going to be not going to be, but it's already way lower compared to those in developed countries. Yeah, so we understand that. Yeah, so that's why, for instance, like Indonesia, you don't pay the same price as US, for instance.
All right. Okay. And then the next issue that is raised by Laser is that about the authors now who have minimum access to subscribe journals because he cannot afford the charges or paywalls, and instead they go to websites such as Kazakhstan-based Sci-Hub to get the free articles, I believe. Yeah, is that going to be a problem for you? This issue.
It's,
Johan, can
it's
you
a
give
problem for the
okay.
whole scientific community. First thing first, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay, so it's a problem for the whole scientific community. First, it's illegal, and second, it destroys the ecosystem. In the case of, okay, maybe we'll look at from author's point of view that, okay, I don't have access to the subscribed journal, I use illegal service, I cannot get access to it. But if we keep doing it, like thousands of people, millions of people doing the same thing, then what happens is these journals, yeah, they will not get business, right? Like it or not, it's still a business, right? And then what will happen again after that is some of these journals cannot sustain, yeah, their operations, right? And some of them will lose the capacity to really properly, yeah, manage their journals. Some of them they can turn into predatory journals to make sure that they can still survive. There's so many bad things that can lead, yeah, because of this practice. Yeah, if you search, yeah, through the internet, you will find that not just Elsevier, but so many other publishers, yeah, we already push through. Even in the US, it's illegal. Yeah, it's very clear that it cannot be allowed because, again, from not just from our point of view, but from everybody's point of view, in the end, it will create chaos in the academic community. That's why we keep on saying it's illegal, it's not allowed, yeah, and it's better for institutions not to promote this kind of behavior. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, there is a direct question from Dorothy Ferrari from Satya Tera Bhinneka University. Okay. Hello again, Ibu Dorothy. Please raise your question.
Yes, I actually put it on the chat as well. So thank you very much for your presentation. So I want to ask you, if I have published several journal articles in the same topic, for example, my topic is education for sustainable development. So in several articles, one article, I look at it from the government perspective, and then from higher education management perspective, from student perspective. So it's different articles, but on the same topic. Now, if let's say I would like to combine all these articles and then create one manuscript and update my findings, is this something that from a publisher perspective, is this something that they would want to publish, or is it not because it's already been published in several journal articles before? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
All right.
If you provide something new, if you provide something new, let's say you combine all of them, and then you provide something new, then there's still a chance that they will publish. But if it's just a combination without anything new, I don't think they will publish. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Any feedback from Ibu Dorothy?
No, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, because some of the publisher that I was in conversation with, they actually said that yes, maybe you add one more chapter or something new, you know, but I've actually haven't talked to Elsevier yet. So I was talking to some university press. That's why I just want to see if there is any difference between Elsevier and university press. But thank you very much for confirming that yes, obviously it's something that is updated, not just combining them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu, for the question. Now let's go to, we have a next question from Lar Montano. He asked, do journals still accept studies about the pandemic? What do you know so far?
Okay, of course, the numbers are getting lower and lower and lower. Doesn't mean that they don't accept study about pandemic, but there needs to be a very good reason why the study still matters. Yeah, if you're talking about the long-term impact of COVID, or maybe still about mental health because of, let's say, trauma because of COVID, maybe yes, they can still consider to publish it. But again, yeah, it really depends on the journal. You can try, but then we need logically they will still publish if we found out still there's some people with challenges because of COVID from multiple perspectives. Can be mental health, can be medical reasons. Yeah, if that's something that can contribute to scientific development about pandemic, then I think there's no reason not to accept it. But again, it will be a challenge to convince the editor.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, as the previous speakers yesterday mentioned, Dr. Sokan mentioned. Okay. So yesterday, Dr. Asokan mentioned about research gaps. Yeah, as long as an author can find out anything new from the research about pandemic, so I think it's welcome. Yeah, but if nothing new, then it will be harder to get accepted. Okay, let's go to the next question. We have question from Faiz Sufrikan. He says that yesterday we got advice to try to aim for as high tier journal as possible. But in your opinion, as a PhD student, should I also aim for the Q1 journals for my first paper? What do you think?
Absolutely. My first paper is Q1. There's nothing, I mean, in academic publishing, we don't really see if you are a student or you are a very expert professors with 30 years of experience, because at the end, most of the journals, when you submit your paper, they will ask you to delete your name, right? They will ask you not to put your name in your research paper. For what? Why is that? Because they don't want to see if this research is being done by a professor with 30, 50 years of experience. That can make them biased in really understanding your paper. So if they don't know who you are, they don't know whether you are a student, whether you are from PhD students or even undergraduate students, what matters is the paper in front of the editor plus the reviewers, right? So what matters is the content, is not who make the papers. That's why for I think PhD students, even undergraduate students, if you really have a good paper, try to aim for Q1. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Yeah, just try and see what you can do, right? And perhaps you will get some review or rejections. And it's all learning, yeah, for us. Okay, now we go to the next question from some Arelano Balbin. May I ask your acceptability level on AI-aided papers? How did you address the recently published paper in Elsevier with an AI-generated statement? Suddenly, here's the possible introduction of your paper about blah, blah, blah. Yeah. What's the recent discussion within the Elsevier about this?
Yes, yes. Okay. So there are two parts. First, we allow the use of AI, as mentioned before, as long as you use it only for paraphrasing. Plus, you need to make sure that you have a declarations of generative AI. We provide that in our template. Yeah. So once you publish, there's that one or two sentence, I forget. We just need to copy paste that sentence. If you use AI, then you need to make sure that you declare you use AI for paraphrasing only. Yeah, it will not make your article get rejected. Okay. Now, with the recent case, what happened is we actually, of course, investigate and we have to retract the paper, yeah, because editorial error and so on. So we do acknowledge that with what happened with AI right now, generative AI is so fast. Yeah, it's so confusing for so many people, even sometimes for journal editors and reviewers also, that it makes right now it's a very critical situations for academic publishing. We are definitely making sure that in the future, yeah, all of this stuff can be handled much better. Yeah, and again, yeah, for the sake of making sure that we provide the best for scientific communities. But with the recent incidents, the editors, the papers don't repeat mistakes, and making sure that every paper coming in, we make sure that it's not made by generative AI. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Johan. And now we have come to, I think this is the final question there for today, from Jan Marlo Talidong. Some articles are not written very well and some data are missing. How we could assess a good article for our research? How do you suggest this, Johan?
Well, in this case, it's going to be very difficult to get published. Yeah, to be honest, because in the end, we need to make sure that our data is complete, everything is there, right? And when, let's say, the reviewer asks you, can you provide me with this data? We make sure that it's available. And there's new trend also in, not really new, but something maybe quite new for some countries, and that's called research data management. So we as a researcher, we're not just editor and reviewer, not just expect us to write a good paper, but we need to make sure that the data all clear, all available, and then we need to put our data into data repository. Yeah, so anytime somebody wants to ask us about our data, whether it's an interview, record, yeah, or it's how we calculate certain formula, it's all available. Yeah, so we just need to make sure that the data is not missing. If it's missing, then we have to collect it again. We may have to modify our research because that will be critical in ensuring that we can get our research published. Yeah.
Okay, we should be very careful, yeah, when reading an articles. But can we use the rank or the quality of the journal as a place to seek good articles? Like, for example, Q1 journals, should we have good articles, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think in the end, when we want, what we believe in Elsevier is, when you want to write quality, you need to start with quality, right? You need to base your understanding on good quality research articles. Then you can start writing good quality paper. In the end, what will happen is you can publish in good quality journal. It's a very simple logic. Start with quality, you can write quality, then you can publish quality. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Right. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, for today. Remember that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we still have a lot of sessions with Johan, so you can address as many as questions about the topics. Yeah, to Johan, and also we have another speaker that will talk about research ethics, which is Professor Hafiz from UITM Malaysia. So for today, I think we should conclude today. Thank you, Johan, for coming this afternoon. And thank you, everyone, for joining. I'm hoping that you still have a good spirit for tomorrow. This is a very complete topics, yeah, from writing, doing the research, and then a publication. This is very complete. So you have to attend once again for tomorrow. You have to spend the time from tomorrow until the day after tomorrow. So once again, I would like to have your feedbacks on our meetings today. And I have to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that this survey doesn't have any relationship with the certificates. Yeah, we will distribute it. We will distribute the certificates for you. And this survey doesn't act as the attendance list. So we have no attendance list. Yeah, all of you are welcome to come, and also not to come. Yeah, it's your own awareness. But we will have your feedbacks about our event just for our evaluation for the next events. Yeah, so please fill in this survey in the https s.id/ub feedback. Yeah, and I want to hear your voice about today's meeting. Well, until then, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for today. I'll see you again tomorrow. I will close this meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.